hearts absolutely go out to the family.
That's Kansas City Fire Chief Paul Berardi. It's happening almost every day now. Stabbings and shootings in Israel. At least 3 are dead in the latest skirmishes. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in Jerusalem.
Dave, at least 6 Israelis have been killed by Palestinians and dozens wounded in a stoning and a series of stabbings. Just this morning, there were 4 stabbings against Israelis by Palestinians in addition to shootings. 27 Palestinians have been killed in fighting with Israeli forces, and more than 1,000 have been wounded. It's the worst violence in years and began with the Jewish and Muslim holidays a month ago. Dave?
Jessica, Iran's parliament has voted today in favor of that nuclear deal with the West. They got the bats out in Chicago and New York.
The response, when our guys came on the field was unbelievable.
Manager Terry Collins watched his Mets set a team record, scoring 13 runs to beat the Dodgers, after the Cubs hit a team record 6 home runs in the postseason, beating the Cardinals. Both the Mets and Cubs are up 2-1 now in their playoff series. Earlier, Kansas City and Toronto won to force Game 5 finales with Houston and Texas tomorrow. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
We have cloudy skies, and this morning, 50 degrees, winds gusting out of the west at 14 at 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Former CPS CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett is expected to plead guilty today to corruption charges. She's scheduled to appear in federal court after being indicted last week on charges of mail and wire fraud. Byrd Bennett faces 20 mail and wire fraud counts. Each carries a maximum 20-year prison term. This morning, Mayor Emanuel is acknowledging that his office knew about that large no-bid contract at the center of that bribery scandal. But as AM 560's David Stewart reports from The Loop, many questions are still open.
Mayor Emanuel's handpicked CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett is expected to admit to a scheme to give $23 million in no-bid training contracts to Soups Academy in exchange for hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes. Mayor Emanuel says he had nothing to do with this deal.
I don't get involved in contracts.
But his staff did.
My staff did the right thing by asking hard questions and directing those questions to the people that were trying to pursue that contract.
But Emanuel hasn't explained how those tough questions were answered or why his handpicked school board ultimately okayed the deal. David Stewart, Chicago.
The Tribune is reporting that the mayor's office is fighting release of public records that could reveal more details on that deal. Cubs are 1 win away from the National League Championship Series. Cubs set a postseason record belting 6 home runs in their win over the Cardinals last night at Wrigley. One of those home runs off the bat of Anthony Rizzo.
That was just a fun game in general. We would hit home runs, they would come back and tie it, and then it's a seesaw game. That was a really good game. Probably the best one I've ever been a part of, especially against those guys. They don't let up in the ninth, hitting that home run. It's just what they do. So you just got to keep adding on, and that was a lot of fun tonight.
Other stories we're following this morning. A Palatine-based school district is accused of discrimination after denying a transgendered student's request for access to the girls' locker room. Could be unveiled later this week if there will be a plea deal involving former U.S. House Speaker Dennis Hastert. And the childhood home of Dick Van Dyke in Danville will be spared the wrecking ball. We told you about the Cubs win. The Mets, Blue Jays, Royals also winners in postseason baseball. By the way, there was a Major League record 21 home runs hit on Monday. That's a record for postseason play. NBA, New Orleans beat the Bulls 123-115. Monday Night Football, a last-second Steeler win over San Diego. College football, Steve Spurrier resigns from South Carolina. Steve Sarkisian fired from USC. The news service of the City of Chicago and Cook County. Suspicious activity can be found anywhere. Help keep communities safe. Call 855-RPRT-2S4. If you see something, say something. From the Chicago Office of Emergency Management and Communications and the Cook County Department of Homeland Security. Check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
We are raising a country of sissies.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's scary because these kids are going to be adults one day. Every single day, we move away from freedom and individual responsibility. And every single day we do that, we move closer to a country full of only government dependency.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank? 14 years. That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mike Rowe's the
I'm
man.
sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rowe's the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855 1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rowe's the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
In the time you've spent listening to this radio spot, you could have completed and submitted an entire expense report with a simple picture of your receipt. That's all it takes for you to get back to work and for your business to run more efficiently. To learn more and discover all the ways Concur helps manage your company's expenses, just go to tryconcur.com for a free test drive.
5:06, time to check the climate of your business with Air Comfort and time to check the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Boarding at Bedford Park, there's a fire. This is on Archer Avenue near Roberts, 6400 block of South Archer at a plant in that area. In Gary, there's a crash, near 20 in Clay, actually on Milton. Report of a van into a building there. If roadwork and displays on Toohey, it's down to one lane in each direction at the Adams Tollway for another hour. Most of the overnight work on the expressways is gone. The inbound Kennedy has the express lanes now opening inbound. They'd been closed for some maintenance. There was work on the westbound Skyway approaching the Rhine, on the inbound Rhine as well. It was a little slow on the inbound Rhine. The delays have dissipated now. Northbound I-55 now looking good too. Earlier delays around 355 are gone. Traffic is a service of Nicola. La Traffic by Nicola. Say goodbye to the same old cola and say hello to new Nicola by LaCroix. All natural cola-flavored sparkling water. 0 calories, 0 sweetener, 0 sodium, completely innocent. Nicola by LaCroix, made for you, available at Sunset Foods. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, windy and cooler with clouds and sun, high of 60. Then tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 43. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high 62. Clear to partly cloudy at night, low 45. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
51 at O'Hare, 50 along Chicago's lakefront. Winds out of the west at 14. And your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Very short lead at first base. And Bryant sends one in the air. Way back left field. Goodbye. 2-run home run.
It was a night of undeniable emotion, the highs and the lows. A battle among rivals, and the Cubs come out on top.
This team is really special, and I think they're going to close it out tomorrow.
What about the Democrat debate? It's going to be coming up on another network. Yes. There is no Donald Trump in that debate. Do you have a forecast of their kind of ratings?
I don't think they'll do great. I mean, I think people are going to turn it on for a couple of minutes and then fall asleep.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and
yeah.
See the big game last night?
Yeah, saw it. I was there.
You were in San Diego?
Oh no, stop it! I was at the real game, Dan.
The Steelers Chargers is that what?
The home run derby.
Oh.
I felt as if I was at a home run derby because I sat in the bleachers. Haven't done that since the 90s.
I was on a rooftop.
Did you really go?
Yeah.
You went to the game?
I was on a rooftop.
Did you get your towel though? So. No,
yeah.
because you were on the rooftop.
No, they gave away towels.
Did they really?
And I gave away my towel.
Why?
Yeah.
No, it was the most exciting game I think I've ever been to. And I've been to a lot of playoff games, 98, 86, 2003, and last night was the best because it was a home run derby. I mean, the wind was blowing out, 35-mile-per-hour gusts, and everybody hit a home run. Six of them hit a homer.
Is it fair to say the Cubs are the alternative energy team because
What do you mean?
it was wind and Soler that powered them past the Cardinals? Do you see what I did?
Yes. Wind and Soler. Yes,
there?
yes.
No, that's. Oh, I thought that was going to get a better reaction.
Oh, it was good. Why don't
Yeah.
you tweet that out and see
Yeah,
what kind of
I-
reaction?
I-
Because
I
you
will.
didn't get the reaction.
Okay, I
Maybe
see what you did there.
It was the delivery. I think I have to work on
Yeah,
the delivery.
timing, you
Wind
know?
and Soler.
So this is a big deal. I mean, Cubs take the series lead, and today could be the day we could be done with this. Best of 5. If they lose today, which we're not going to lose because momentum's on our side, then we'll go back and play in St. Louis on Thursday.
And then you'll lose?
No, we're not going to lose.
Oh, okay.
We're winners, Dan. Okay, winners.
All right, how are you feeling? I am feeling fine as a frog's hair. I am on top of the world right now. Go Cubs, go.
Was that Alderman Tunney?
Alderman Tunney was invited to the game, I found out.
Yeah, well,
but he
he's-
gave his ticket away because he had a community meeting on Rosecrans coming into the area.
Sure.
Just so you know, I want you to know that I know where the politicians are. But no, everybody was excited, but it was such a nice crowd. I mean, thank goodness there are only 3 St. Louis Cardinal fans that I saw the entire time. Walking to the game and walking home from the game, there's only 3. And people were great. They weren't too drunk in the bleachers. I had this perception that everyone's going to be hammered and, throwing beer and stuff. No, everybody was really well behaved, and they're very appreciative of the victory.
So, what did you do as a kid?
That's the wrong thing.
So, how are you feeling?
I don't even have words to describe it, to be honest with you. It's that big of a deal. Second-year season ticket holder for days like this.
Didn't it seem surreal?
Very much so. From the beginning, when we gave Arrieta a standing ovation when he ran out to the outfield before he even warmed up. Yeah.
And what about?
Oh, is that so? Joy Behar was at the game. Doesn't that sound like Joy Behar?
It does,
Yeah.
actually. She kind of looked like Joe Behar, too. No, she was excited. Second-year season ticket holder. I mean, I'm telling you, Dan, I know you're poo-pooing this, but today's the day we're going to seal the deal, and then we're going to focus on either playing the Mets or the Dodgers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, though, I mean,
It was fun. Come
for
on.
Cubs fans, Jake Arrieta was very human last night, and for the Cardinals not to get to Arrieta, not to win that game with how he pitched, it does bode well for the Cubs. Also, I got this on my windshield yesterday here in the parking lot.
Uh-huh.
So, because I was going to ask the question, is it okay to be what I guess the term would be Cubs hater? Do you have to get on the bandwagon? Or if you've never liked the Cubs,
I think
do you
got-
have to get on the
okay.
bandwagon? Why? I mean, I don't have to like, our politicians. I can like politicians from other states. I don't have to like Barack Obama or Rahm Emanuel. So why do I have to like the Cubs if I've never liked the Cubs? I got this. Apparently, this is one person weighing in. Dear Sox fan, there is no Crosstown Classic tonight, so just stay far away from Wrigley and watch the game from some nice dive bar near your mobile phone park. Signed, Joe Madden. So I thought it was nice for Joe Madden to take a drive out and stop by and place this note on my windshield before the big game last night.
Wow.
Yeah.
I swear I didn't do that. Because
No,
if I wrote that letter, you wouldn't be able to read it. My handwriting's so
This is a
atrocious.
very, very nice
Let me see. Can I
penmanship.
see?
Yeah.
May I touch it, Dan?
It's no,
So were
no
you-
joke. This
were you
is not
scared?
concocted.
Wow.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be one of
But
those
you still
Mickey Mouse
went.
things with his finger up, saying, next time leave
Yeah.
a can opener. But no, it was a Madden.
But
from Joe
you
Madden.
still went to the game. You went to the rooftop.
Yeah.
You conformist? I thought
I'm
you were
not a
non-conformer.
I'm a Scrivener. I'm here to document the passing scene of Americana.
Well, I've got quite a big dilemma today because I have a ticket for today's game at 3, and
A single ticket.
A single ticket. That's fine. I don't care. I go to movies by myself too. I eat dinner by myself. I don't care. But my boys,
Wow, sounds a very solitary existence.
my sons,
Do you want to talk about that?
No, I don't. I'm okay. My sons have a soccer game at 3:00, and they told me that I have to be there. They're like, Mom, you can't choose the Cubs over us because they're on the same team, and this is the only game I could go to because I coach girls volleyball. So this is the only soccer game that I can go to.
Tell them you're not choosing the Cubs over them. You're choosing the Cubs over soccer. It's an important distinction. And that's your way out, I think.
Really? Just tell them that?
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. 312-642-5600. It's quite it's a dilemma because I really think they're going to clinch today. Today's the day, Dan.
Fred in it better be for them. Fred in LaGrange.
Hi.
Hey.
Dan, why do we have to compromise? I'm a Sox fan. I don't have to root for the Cubs. Actually, I'm rooting against them.
Yeah.
Why?
And you know what's fantastic? When they lose, which they will lose, I will gladly wear a New York Mets hat because that's what I think is coming out of the American League. Because I don't like the Cubs. You know, I've never liked the Cubs. I never have. I mean, I'm a Sox fan. Why do I have to like the Cubs? Why?
Because it's good for the city.
And also, why?
No, it's not.
Yes,
you know what's good for the city? You know what's good for the city?
What?
Getting rid of these horrible politicians. Getting rid of the Cubs are not good for the city. The Sox aren't good for the cities. It's no good. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
I'm not compromising. Dan and I will not compromise.
Dan already compromised his values by showing up.
Thanks for the call, Fred.
Within a mile of Wrigley Field.
That's not compromising.
You compromised your values.
It wasn't like I was there with my Billy Goat headgear on. I mean, give me a break. I just was there. It's part of a little.
All right,
little
here's
gathering.
The deal. Remember how I?
But here the Cubs hater thing though, it's not hating. I don't consider it hating. I just happen to have love for all the other Major League Baseball teams, and I don't have any love left to give to the Cubs. So it's all, or the Yankees. So it's all love, except and I just ran out of love for the Cubs.
Did you or did you not cheer for Bryant when he hit the 2-run homer? Did you clap? What about back-to-back home runs when Rizzo finally, broke his seal and hit a home run? Did you clap?
No, I did.
What was your reaction? Please, let's role play here.
My reaction was sitting there continuing to eat my cheeseburger.
Okay, so this happened.
Very short lead at first base. And Bryant sends one in the air.
Dan's reaction?
Left field.
What do you got?
Two-run home run.
That's what you did? You stood there with your hands or your arms down? You didn't clap or be nothing? Nothing? Nothing.
Do you hear that? That was my reaction. However, when Jason Hayward hit his home run, then
Stop it.
Little rally. Put the rally hat on at that point.
Holy cow!
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Windy today, cooler with times of clouds and sun. And when the game for the NLDS takes place at around 3:37 this afternoon, you'll have about 60 degrees at the ballpark. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny, a high of 62. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. This White Sox fan didn't see a minute of the Cubs last night. But the Steelers look good. On the inbound Ryan, it's getting a little heavy approaching downtown. Same goes for the Bishop Ford approaching the Ryan. We have a report of a crash on I-57 northbound near Volmer Road, so keep an eye on that one. Bedford Park, there's a fire in the 6400 block of South Archer, though at this time Archer is open. There's a crash in Gary, a report of a van into a building on 20 east of Clay. And Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Jim Telemonte, will you marry me? Did you hear that? Steelers fan, didn't watch the Cubs game.
And went to one of your rallies.
Wow,
Yeah.
I love this guy. Text from 815, Jake Arrieta was human, but he still struck out like 10 batters. He's one tough dude. Steve N88, he is one tough dude.
Yes, and he did yoga in the outfield before the game. He did a heck of a chaturanga. I love his downward dog.
I was going to say he was a bad man pajama until you told me the yoga thing. Text from 708, Prof, you went to the Cubs game, say 2 Hail Marys and 2 Our Fathers, go and sin no more. Duly noted. So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, like the NLDS, the economy, education, and foreign policy. And on the show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with the new website, along with the Illinois Opportunity Project, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that informs the discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask why are conditions the way they are and how can those conditions be improved. So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You can check out highlights from this past Sunday's Illinois Rising on the website today. And with each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new info to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
We're not gathered here united tonight because of the name of our teams or of our schools.
Witness the true story
But because of the name
of a spiritual awakening
above all names.
that saved a high school
Jesus.
and shook a city. Experience one hope.
Nobody out there knows what's happened with this team.
One truth.
But when you win on this day, they will!
One way.
Make the changes to these boys' own.
Woodlawn.
I'm asking you to stand up right now and make a decision. To change. To forgive. To choose Jesus.
I want you to stop all religious activities until this board has taken this matter under full review.
I think I'm gonna get hit no matter what I do. I got some tough decisions to make.
Woodlawn starts this Friday.
A career isn't supposed to be mundane. It's supposed to be motivating, satisfying, and rewarding. If you're looking for an opportunity to work with the support, reliability, and resources you need to be successful, then it's time to join RE/MAX Professionals. Ed Lukasik Jr. isn't just an ordinary award-winning real estate broker. It's his marketing strategy that makes him the country's 88th best seller, according to the Wall Street Journal. He goes beyond traditional thinking to make sure his agents and his results are second to none. You too can now be an agent with a broker that lead shares, a broker that provides state-of-the-art technology and has business waiting for you from the very first day, a broker that trains you hands-on with techniques that you need to keep achieving success. If you're not picking your jaw up off the floor yet, then at least pick up the phone. Call 630-679-5454 and see what it's like to be an agent with Ed Lukasik's family at RE/MAX Professionals. That's 630-679-5454.
AM 560.
The Answer.
Come on, Dan, sing it. Come on, wave your towel. Woo! Woo-hoo! Here, you can touch it.
Tell you, if they do win, they're going to run into one of the two teams are really good young teams too. The Mets or the Dodgers. Probably the Mets.
Yeah, the Mets are on.
They took the Dodgers
Vengeance.
apart last night. Mike.
That was payback, man.
Mike on the north side.
Hi, what were they singing? Choke, Cubs, choke? I couldn't hear it.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you, what's going to be more fun to watch? Cub fans jumping off the Tribune Tower into the river when they lose, or Democrats jumping off a Trump Tower when Hillary loses?
Oh, very nice. I like that. I like that parallel
No, it's not going to happen. We just have to win one. I mean, really, what could possibly go wrong?
No.
We have two games in front of us, one at home, one's away. We just need to win one. I mean, what could go wrong?
Well, right. And
Really?
as everybody knows, nobody closes out a series like the Cubs.
I know.
That's their hallmark.
Come on, we haven't won a division series in 12 years. We're due, Dan. And I'm so glad that,
that
you
was the
got
first
to see a part of history last night.
Yeah, the first home playoff win in 12 years.
Yeah, no, it was
Since
the most home
2003.
runs hit in a playoff game for the Cubs.
Yeah.
6 home runs.
It
Thank you.
was quite something.
Oh, I'm being there. I should have brought my glove. That's one regret I have.
Were you near a ball?
Oh, yeah. You didn't see me on the boob tube there? I was getting text messages from my nephews in St. Louis saying, we saw you. You're right. You should have caught that one. Jacobson, what kind of an ant are you?
You weren't,
Yeah.
you weren't close to any of the home runs,
No,
were you?
I was. Bryant's home run.
You were in the left field bleachers?
Yeah. 4th row.
Really?
Reliving my glory. Seriously, last time I was there was for Jackie Bang's bachelorette party in the late 90s. So they do things differently. Yeah.
Jackie Bang, the newscaster.
Yeah.
I know you think everybody on the
Well, you
local
gotta know
network
who Jackie
affiliate
Bang
news
is.
are household names, but
So I haven't been there. So it's beautiful now. The bleachers is gorgeous. They have wonderful concession stands. I mean, it's clean. It's very nice. And
how
you
has
have
it
to-
changed since Jackie Bang's bachelorette party?
Well, because they've renovated it. They
No.
put in new bleachers and they put in new concession stands and they dolled it up a lot. And they have an elevator now. And
How close were you to catching a home run at Jackie Bang's bachelorette party? You don't remember?
I caught a pink boa. That's all I really remember
Oh boy,
from
I
her.
bet.
All wearing pink boas. So they have this new system you have to show your, I'm sure it's not new for people who've been to the bleachers, but you show your ID, you get a wristband, and then they don't serve beer in the bleachers anymore. You have to get up and walk. But I didn't drink. I drank 2 beers and water.
I didn't drink. I drank 2 beers.
I mean, I didn't drink the whole time.
Get out of the car, miss. Speaking of Chicago institutions, former Chicago institutions, nudes.
Yeah.
Going away at Playboy. Last month, the top editor of Playboy went to see that crusty old pervert, Hugh Hefner, at the Playboy Mansion and made the suggestion that Playboy got everything it wanted with the whole sexual revolution where everything Playboy does is passé thanks to the internet and flashlights under covers are no longer needed because you can just go online. And so now they need to do a full reverse and go to more tasteful, not nude pictures of women. Yeah.
Do you think people still buy the magazine? I mean, do you ever, because there are some solid articles every so often in Playboy magazine.
There's some good interviews of opinion leaders, sure. I don't peruse the periodical.
Is this going to drive you to Hustler now?
No. I'm not into consuming pornography, to break it to you. But you have a Playboy story.
Oh, yeah. I applied for Women of the Big Ten.
How do you apply?
You fill out an application. I'm not kidding you.
Sure.
So they go around to the sororities at University of Iowa and University of Minnesota.
Some kind of entrance exam?
Yeah. Well, no, you just fill it out. You put, I know this is shocking, but you have to include a photo of yourself.
Is that right?
And then they interview you. And so I made it into the finals. But then my journalism professor told me it's best that I don't do Women of the Big Ten. But you don't have to. You didn't have to be naked to do the photo shoot. So you could just be scantily clad, or you could have the privates covered up.
Is that your cover story for not being selected? That your journalistic ethics? Yeah, I got that one too. Yeah, the reason I didn't make it in the NBA.
These are real.
I didn't. I decided not to play in the NBA because I wanted to, pursue more of an academic career in a public policy arena.
Oh, I just did it for fun, just to see what it would happen, and then it didn't get so fun when I got chosen. I'm like, uh-oh. But Gabrielle Dale-Lamberti filled in beautifully, and she was gorgeous. And the Women of the Big Ten.
Well, maybe there's still an opportunity for you.
No, I think that ship has sailed.
Was that the same edition where they had the competitive eaters of the Big Ten? Because I know you were involved in that area of college life as well.
By the way, you call those cheap implants boobs? Those aren't boobs. They're lies.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Can you recognize the signs of a structural foundation problem? Hi, I'm Roy Spencer, president of Permaseal. Many homeowners are experiencing the symptoms of foundation issues. Have you noticed doors or windows that no longer shut properly? Are there new cracks in your drywall or exterior brickwork? Are your floors uneven? These indicators can be signs of damage to your home's foundation. Why fix the problem? Because it will only get worse, and the longer you wait, the more costly it will be. And why choose Permaseal? Because it's free, the inspection that is. Our consultants have been trained and certified by the manufacturer to evaluate your foundation and offer you a permanent solution absolutely free of charge. For over 36 years, my mission has been to provide you with a superior customer experience at the greatest value. Call Permaseal today at 800-421-SEAL. When the work is done, you'll have a transferable warranty and the peace of mind you deserve. That's 800-421-SEAL or visit permaseal.net.
At the end of a long day, all you want to do is relax. Maybe grab a cold one. And eat something that's not frozen and thrown into a deep fryer. That's why you have Heroes West Sports Grill. If you want to relax, the place feels like home. If you're ready for a cold one, try 37 choices on tap alone. Hunger is a thing of the past, too, with dishes direct from their scratch kitchen. Heroes West Sports Grill in Joliet has mastered the best, just to ensure that your experience is full of happiness. But that's just the beginning. They, like AM 560 The Answer, are huge supporters of your servicemen, women, and first responders. That's why they continue to give back with Warrior Wing Wednesday. You're invited in to enjoy their famous wings at a bargain and have proceeds from your order go towards helping America's real heroes. Heroes West Sports Grill. Casual comfort just like home. Find them online at heroeswest.net. That's heroeswest.net.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
Van Jones says the Democrat field is too damn white, and we'll talk about the debate at 5:35.
And then at 6:36, our good friend Willie Wilson will be here trying to get on that debate stage. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Cloudy skies, winds out of the west at 14, 50 degrees, and a new entrant in the race for Speaker of the House. U.S. Representative Michael McCaul of Texas says he's in if Paul Ryan is not. The unexpected rise of Bernie Sanders will be on display tonight as he and Hillary Clinton face off in the first Democratic Party presidential debate. Clinton, meantime, is taunting Donald Trump in the shadow of his Vegas hotel.
Now, some people think Mr. Trump is entertaining, but I don't think it's entertaining when somebody insults immigrants, insults women. That is just unacceptable behavior.
Republican presidential candidate Marco Rubio doesn't seem all that interested in tonight's first Democratic debate.
I doubt I'll be watching. I've got a busy day ahead of me. I'm sure I'll see the clips and the highlights.
Meantime, it doesn't look like Vice President Joe Biden is all that interested in the debate, and it doesn't look like he will be making a surprise appearance at tonight's first debate action in Las Vegas. 2 firefighters are dead after a burning apartment collapses in Kansas City.
What is good for their families to remember is that they did not die in vain. They saved 2 civilians, carried them out of the second floor on ladders before the wall collapsed.
Kansas City Fire Chief Paul Berardi says the 2 who were rescued were not hurt. Anheuser-Busch is buying Miller in the beer industry's biggest deal ever. The $104 billion buyout means one company will brew 1/3 of the beer sold around the world. Former CPS CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett is expected to plead guilty today to corruption charges, scheduled to appear in federal court after being indicted last week on charges of mail and wire fraud. Cubs are a win away from the NLCS, setting a postseason record, belting 6 home runs in a win over the Cardinals last night at Wrigley Field, 8-6. A Palatine-based school district is accused of discrimination after denying a transgendered student's request for access to a girls' locker room. School officials instead offering a separate changing room. It could be unveiled later this week if there will be a plea deal in the case involving former U.S. House Speaker Dennis Hastert. And a check of school records finds 57 University of Illinois athletics employees, including administrators and their wives, are riding in Illinois style thanks to local auto dealers. 33 dealers provide those cars through the Fighting Illini Wheels program for officials who pay their own gas and maintenance, while the athletic department pays for insurance and registration. The department considers the cars donations. Chicago sports, we told you about the Cubs, Mets, Blue Jays, and Royals, also winners in postseason baseball on a day where there were 21 home runs hit. That is a postseason record. Bobby Portis looks good. Nice draft pick, Bulls. 20 points last night. However, New Orleans won the game in the preseason, 123-115. The news, a service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines, including Southwest, Delta, United, American, U.S. Airways, Alaska, Frontier, OneJet, and Air Canada. Milwaukee is the O'Hare alternative. Visit flymke.com today. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You saw him moderate the CNN presidential debate.
Hugh Hewitt, nice man.
Now you can see him live at Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. Hugh Hewitt is coming to Freedom Summit.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt. Hugh Hewitt.
And he joins an already packed lineup that includes Ann Coulter and AM 560's Sean Hannity. Freedom Summit Chicago on November 14th in Itasca with Hugh Hewitt, Sean Hannity, and Ann Coulter. Get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is a must-have for all busy parents. With just one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer takes your child's temperature quickly and accurately. Available at Walgreens.
At GoDaddy, a domain name is the beginning of something awesome. Use it to create a website to promote your business. Open an online store to sell your products. Start a blog. Build your brand. You can even connect your domain to your LinkedIn or Facebook page. And GoDaddy customer support is always ready to help. What will you do with your domain name? Get a .com domain name for only $2.99 for the first year. Right now at GoDaddy.com. 2-year purchase required. Second year is $14.99.
It's the Yellow Tag event, and now is the time to find your ultimate adventure. Whether it's a Can-Am ATV, side-by-side, Can-Am Spyder, or Ski-Doo snowmobile, you can turn up the excitement for any season with our industry-leading performance and technology. Hurry in by October 31st and save up to $3,000 on select 2015 models and get up to a 3-year warranty.
Visit Jim Potts Motor Group in Woodstock or online at jimpottsmotorgroup.com.
Restrictions may apply. See your dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
5:35 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Bedford Park, there's a fire in the 6400 block South Archer Avenue. Archer is open there. I-57 northbound near Volmer Road is crashed. Car with guardrail. We're not seeing any significant delays. Farther north, it is slow on the inbound Ryan, Cermak into downtown. Outbound, it's very slow from 43rd to 63rd. Roadwork in the 2 left lanes in the locals. It's 23 minutes downtown to 95th. Trucks can use the express right now till 6. About Bishop Ford, just a little heavy approaching the Rhine. The other expressways still look pretty good. Inbound Stevenson getting heavy past Pulaski. Traffic is a service of Flublok. Did you know you have a choice in flu vaccine? This season, ask for Flublok, the only pure choice. Now available at Target and local retailers like Roundy's and Mariano's pharmacies. For more information, go to askforflublok.com or talk to your healthcare professional. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider, windy, cooler. With clouds and sunshine today, high near 60, clear to partly cloudy and 43 overnight. Currently 50 at O'Hare, next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals. Get more money for your home by listing with a real marketing expert.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter, or hear about it from your friends, find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, a lot of comments coming in on the Cubs. From Ann B. Davis's bowling ball, a good question. I don't know the answer, so I'll put that out for everybody. If the Cubs win the World Series, does my bakery have to make cakes for Cub fans? I don't know. If that's
funny. That's good. Yeah. I love that Amish texter, and I made a mistake. I meant to say the 84 Cubs.
The 84
Not
Cubs.
the 88. I think I said 86 Cubs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Remember when they played the Padres and
I remember.
Didn't end well?
Yes. Steve Garvey is one of the many players that haunts the dreams of Cubs fans.
Yeah, Jim Fry was the coach. My friend punched a glass door after that loss.
You remember the Leon Durham ground ball?
Oh, that's right. Wasn't that a curse or part of a curse?
Oh, well, it's part of the curse of playing for the Cubs. Also, we were talking about Playboy changing policy, doing a full reverse on nudity. No nudity.
No more full frontal.
No more. Vivid. No more nudity anymore. It's going to be all tasteful.
Good.
At the Playboy Enterprises. Yeah. And Amy was retelling the story of how she narrowly missed being a centerfold in Playboy. Girls of the Big Ten. Text from Steve-N88. Amy didn't drink, and Playboy doesn't have nudity anymore. It's the end of world. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I don't care if Michael Stipe sues me. Very good. So turning to the other big story.
Yeah, the big showdown in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
tonight.
yeah. Star Wars bar cast is assembled and ready to be introduced to the nation. Wait till you get a load of these guys. World.
Anyone with white hair or an ARP card, please raise your hand.
Yes, these geriatric identity beset leftists are gathering in Las Vegas to talk about how they're going to take your money and take dominion over your lives while they're at it. Here's what Donald Trump thinks of the debate tonight. Oh, that's not. That's
damn.
Wow.
Wow, Donald.
I still have Playboy on my mind. Here's what he thinks about it.
What about the Democrat debate? It's going to be coming up on another network.
Yes.
There is no Donald Trump in that debate. Do you have a forecast of their kind of ratings?
I don't think they'll do great. I mean, I think people are going to turn it on for a couple of minutes and then fall asleep.
Yeah, if only I could.
I know. If
Part
there was
of our
an option.
responsibility is to watch these things so that you don't have to. But CNN was trying to do a couple of things, trying to trick it out, leaving a podium at the ready in case Joe Biden wanted to make an offstage entrance, and to the delight of adoring fans. That was one of the little wrinkles.
Yeah, and Jim Acosta, he's a reporter there at CNN. He tweeted out the picture saying, just in case he shows up, we have a 6th lectern ready to go.
Yeah,
and he's not going to show up.
He's not going to show up.
They're trying to do anything to hype this debate.
And when you see this debate tonight, I mean, again, a party that is completely consumed with identity politics, it's very interesting because what you won't see on the stage is any minority.
Oh, that's right.
It's the cast, as I've said before, the cast of Cocoon. It's all geriatric white people. And
they'll all be wearing pantsuits.
Correct. And here's although you don't know what Lincoln Chafee is going to come dressed as, because he's kind of operating in a different plane. But Van Jones, who's a big suck toy for the administration, somebody that Obama wanted to be his green czar until he was too radical even for the Obama administration. But Van Jones now pontificates on CNN. Listen to Van Jones talking about the problem with the Democrat field coming from a radical leftist.
But I think this whole party has a problem. This is the whitest field that we have seen since 1992. There's no Sharpton, there's no Carol Moseley, there's no non-white people there. And this is a party that has to get not 60%, not 70%, not 90%, but 94% of the black vote to win. This is a big problem for the whole party. The Clintons get the black vote by default, but nobody has made a case yet that they can do better. If Biden gets in, he might be able to make that case, but Bernie Sanders has so much room to grow with the black vote. He should take the opportunity tomorrow to make his case why a white guy from Vermont should get the support of a party with that much black participation.
And one of the things Bernie Sanders can say is that he's getting support from minority leaders in Congress. Keith Ellison, African-American Muslim
from Minnesota. Yeah.
Correct, has endorsed Bernie Sanders.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
That is happening. Well,
did he explain himself?
He basically said, look, we see the crowds, we see the progressive activists backing Bernie Sanders, we see Hillary Clinton, not exactly inspiring a lot of confidence, and so they're going with the progressive socialist. I mean, I'm only calling Bernie Sanders what he is. They're going with the socialist because, they're fine with socialism. And somehow, some way, I guess they think Bernie Sanders is electable, or at least this is just a statement of principle for them in the primary to wave the socialist flag. But in terms of the underlying point that Van Jones made, I think he's actually right, that there's an opportunity for Bernie Sanders, to a lesser extent some of the other candidates with Joe Biden on the stage, but to make a case to minority voters because minority voters represent Hillary Clinton's firewall. Juan Williams, our friend from Fox News, has a piece in the Wall Street Journal today talking about that very point. Clinton, Hillary, is viewed favorably, still viewed favorably by 80% of black voters and 58% of Hispanics. So because the black vote and the minority vote is such a big percentage of the Democrat primary electorate, and Hillary is really, her numbers are completely upside down among the other kind of component parts if you look at it racially. The growth opportunity for Sanders is not to get, more, young, vapid socialists on college campuses. It's to get those that are likely primary voters who are still in Hillary Clinton's camp, and he has to make an appeal directly to them in terms of why, the kind of Obama, Clinton tenures were insufficient to address their concerns. And frankly, there's an argument to be made.
But Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton are not going to rip on each other. They've already said that they're not going to dig into each other tonight. And I don't know how that's even possible.
The Republicans said that too. Everybody says that. Who says, no, I'm going to go on the attack? I'm going to attack. But
they've had ample opportunities to attack each other on Meet the Press, on This Week, all those Sunday morning talk shows, and they shy away from each other. It's strange. It's almost as if he's a plant just so that she'd have somebody progressive to run against.
I think Bernie Sanders, let's remember, Bernie Sanders is still a relative unknown. So this is much more important for him, in some respects, if he's going to be a viable candidate for them, than it is for Hillary. Can he kind of clear that credibility hurdle and say, okay, this guy's legit and we can actually consider him? That's what every candidate has to do who's running an insurgent campaign. That's what Barack Obama had to do in 2008, and he did it.
Yeah.
So that's what Bernie Sanders has to do. And so he's kind of trying to establish his identity before he turns his sights on Hillary. I can only assume, because that's what he should be doing. And frankly, he doesn't need to attack her in any kind of personal way, because there are real points of departure between the two on policy.
Right, but who's going to bring up the emails and the private server and all of that? Is it going to be Martin O'Malley? I mean, who's going to be Lincoln Chafee?
If you have a moderator or two not completely asleep at the switch from CNN.
Anderson Cooper and Don Lemon.
Well, exactly. Yeah. So that's by the boards. But one of those two gentlemen, one of those two should bring up that issue. I don't know how you don't bring up that issue with respect to Hillary, and the other candidates can focus on Hillary taking every position under the sun. So how can you trust it? It's very much the same indictment of Trump. He's taken every position. So even if he has a position you like currently, that could change tomorrow if it's politically expedient to change. It's the same kind of indictment. By the way, 12 questions for the debate. This excellent piece in the Daily Caller. It's very fun. This is by Jamie Weinstein, Daily Caller. Here's a question that he hopes is asked tonight. Is it bigoted for a straight male to reject a transgendered female for a date solely because she is not a natural-born female?
Oof,
that would be great.
Way above my lexicon.
I mean, if turning the Democrats, the left's identity politics on their head to ask these kind of questions would be great. Should transgender females be allowed to compete in female contact sports like women's boxing and mixed martial arts?
Just ask the Iranian women's soccer team coach, huh?
I love it.
Hello.
Ron on the South Side.
Hey, Dan and Amy. Hey, Dan, your guy.
Willie.
Willie, I heard this commercial. You know what? I may boycott, and I'm not going to watch tonight. The Democrat Party is racist. They don't have Willie. Willie is real black. Not even biracial like Barack Obama. Have a good day.
Thanks for the call, Ron. I love it. Look, I was one of the charter members of Whitey's for Willie.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be protesting by not watching, too, so as to not do damage to my intellect if I didn't have to do this for the job.
And we're going to have Willie Wilson on at 6:36 to explain what happened, why he's not included in this debate.
Well, and also, interestingly, guess who else is frozen out of the debate?
Who?
The vice chairman of the DNC.
Oh, that's right.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
She's a Democrat who served in Iraq. She's a Democrat rep from Hawaii, but she has been critical of the president's foreign policy from time to time. She is her own woman. She doesn't necessarily hew the orthodox line of the Democrats. And so she's the vice chairman of the DNC, and she's being pushed out of attending the debate. This is the diversity and tolerance of the Democrats on display.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, today, windy and a lot different than yesterday. 15 degrees cooler. We'll have a high of 60 degrees at game time for Game 4 of the NLDS. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny, a high of 62. Let's see where the cars are. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Good morning. I-57 northbound. It is stop and go from past US 30 to Volmer Road. There's a crash there, a car into a guardrail. Farther north, 57 still looks good. Inbound Ryan then, slow from Cermak into downtown. Just about a 3-minute delay, but outbound, stop and go 35th to 63rd with roadwork in the two left lanes and the locals. It's 26 minutes downtown to 95th. We have slight delays on the inbound Eisenhower from Mannheim to 1st. Inbound Stevenson, Pulaski to Kedzie. Inbound Bishop 4 now getting heavy, starting before 115th. 22 minutes from 8094 to the Ryan. Adams Tollway eastbound, slow Beverly to 59 with a stall on the right shoulder. That's also a little slow from Roselle Road to 53. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. They really are just like your original ones. What you probably don't know is that not all implants are the same quality, and there are a lot of unqualified people doing implants.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. So I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they'll last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. You'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
You didn't build that. You don't pay your fair share. Who do you think you are? Ayn Rand knew exactly who you are. Rational, productive, independent. You work hard and use your own judgment. You choose your career path, your lifestyle, your values. You're living the American dream. And now you see that there are people who want to take away what you've created and who will call their lust to loot a virtue. People who think the needs of others is a claim on your money, your work, your life. Well, how can you fight back? That's what they do at the Ayn Rand Institute. They look closely at public policy beyond sound bites and election cycles, at the fundamental moral ideas that frame crucial debates. They focus on reframing the issues in line with reason, egoism, and individual rights to life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. Your life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of your happiness. Stand up with them to fight against the sacrifice of your values by making a contribution today at AynRand.org/support. They'll use your money to defend your values.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I was on thyroid medicine for 5 years. I have completely got off of it, and all my blood work came back excellent.
It does a lot of good for me because I feel it works. The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, text. I want to read this text. This was very good. Regarding tonight's debate, we were just talking about Don Lemon and Anderson Cooper are the moderators. Mm-hmm. Text from 847. Don Lemon, maybe the debate will get lost in a black hole, if only.
Hey-o.
Nicely done.
It was a question that was tweeted in, by the way. Don asked that question because it was tweeted into their show. About the black hole.
That is no defense.
I'm just...
Because as someone who is,
I probably wouldn't.
A responsible on television personality and allegedly a news person and an interviewer, you could use some editorial discretion. You don't have to ask every idiotic question that you get texted or tweeted in.
Going 24/7 about that missing Malaysia airline flight. I mean, he was just...
It's only his credibility, so he can do with it what he so chooses. Our favorite pundits this cycle, I think it's consensus.
Oh, yeah.
Diamond and Silk.
Oh, hands down.
Diamond and Silk, big Trump supporters. We've had them on the show a couple of times. They are, they're a riot.
I'll be your silk to your diamond. Mm-hmm.
I know. Silk is like what Teller is to Penn, except she speaks. She doesn't speak. She kind of affirms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like it. Well, they are continuing to infuse themselves into the race. They've solicited songs for people to create in support of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And I'd like to give you a couple examples of the songs that have been submitted because they're quite interesting. Here's Stump for Trump by an artist known as Convertible. And yes, that's Table.
Oh, my
God. Hey, what's happening? It's time to put America back on top, where we belong. Check this. Yo, it's the land of the free, the home of the brave, the place of opportunity where people out here get paid. Now it's looking so strange. Obama promised to change. Things stayed the same, and people can't maintain. Meanwhile, these politicians paid off fooling us with fakery. They got more bread in their bank account than the bakery. feeding us peanuts and peas like we back in slavery. They perpetrating on TV like everything is gravy. You tired of being lied to on the truthful and blunt? 2016, you need to hit the polls and vote for Trump.
How about that?
It's all right. It's pretty catchy.
I think it's catchy. I could dance to it.
Well, I saw you dancing the white man
Yeah.
with the overbite.
Yeah, that's right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's just the beginning.
Uh-huh.
Wait till you hear what I'll do to Toot Sweet, which, by the way, was my nickname in high school. Make America Great Again by Toot Sweet. Take a listen.
We're gonna make America great again. Make America great. Make America great again. Make America great. We're gonna make America great.
It's not much so much of a song. It's more of a refrain. But it's still, I like the beginning. It's
Oh, yeah. Kind of scares me.
very graphic.
Watch what you're doing. Boom.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I've got a message that I really want everyone to listen to, especially white folks. You ready?
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right. I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to purchase a home after filing bankruptcy or when your home was foreclosed, you called me and I helped you. When you tried to purchase a home you couldn't afford, you called me and I advised you to purchase a less expensive home. If you want to talk with me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email David at perldavid.com. That's David at perldavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com licensing.
There are two kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders, as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers in the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Rahm explains why cops are in the fetal position at 6:06.
And later, Willie Wilson will be here to tell us why he was bumped out of tonight's Democratic debate. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, a former CPS CEO, expected to plead guilty today. Cubs beat the Cardinals in record-breaking fashion in a possible plea deal in the Hastert case. Windy and cooler with times of clouds and sun today, high near 60. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. She's leading in Iowa. He is ahead in New Hampshire today. Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders face off for the first time in a Democratic presidential debate. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland has more live.
Clinton and Sanders will be joined by Jim Webb, Martin O'Malley, and Lincoln Chafee at the 8:30 p.m. Eastern CNN debate. Last night, Clinton stopped by a union rally in Las Vegas, speaking right in front of a Trump hotel.
I don't think it's entertaining when somebody insults immigrants, insults women.
But the Republican frontrunner insists,
I will be the best thing that could happen to women.
In a bit of a debate cliffhanger, CNN has a sixth podium ready to go just in case Joe Biden announces a run at the last second and shows up. Dave.
Rachel, they saved 2 people from a burning apartment. Then 2 Kansas City firefighters were killed last night after going back inside when the building's roof collapsed. Another violent day in Jerusalem. 2 Palestinians got on a bus and started shooting and stabbing Israeli passengers, killing 2. One of the attackers also died. At almost the same time, a man rammed a car into a bus station and knifed bystanders, killing another person, part of a wave of recent deadly stabbings, stonings, and shootings. Syrian rebels take aim at Russia amid Moscow's airstrikes to help the regime. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in our Middle East bureau.
Dave, demonstrators gathered outside the Kremlin's embassy in central Damascus carrying posters of both Russia and Syria's leaders. Some held signs that read, "Thanks, Russia," and "Syria and Russia are together to fight terrorism." Insurgents then fired 2 shells into the embassy. The first shell landed in the compound, sending smoke into the air. People started running away, and the other shell hit. Opposition fighters have attacked the embassy in the past, but it's unclear if they targeted the demonstration. Officials say there could be casualties. Dave.
Jessica, Playboy's getting all dressed up. The New York Times reports the magazine will next year stop publishing photos of nude women, saying it's passé now that sex and nudity is all over the internet. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy skies, 49 degrees, winds out of the west at 14. 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Former CPS CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett is expected to plead guilty today to corruption charges. She is scheduled to appear in federal court after being indicted last week. This morning, the mayor's office is acknowledging that his office knew about that large no-bid contract at the center of that bribery scandal. But as AM 560's David Stewart reports from The Loop, many mayoral questions are still open.
Mayor Emanuel's handpicked CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett is expected to admit to a scheme to give $23 million in no-bid training contracts to Soups Academy in exchange for hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes. Mayor Emanuel says he had nothing to do with this deal.
I don't get involved in contracts.
But his staff did.
My staff did the right thing by asking hard questions and directing those questions to the people that were trying to pursue that contract.
But Emanuel hasn't explained how those tough questions were answered or why his handpicked school board ultimately okayed the deal. David Stewart, Chicago.
The Cubs a win away from the NLCS, setting a postseason record, belting 6 home runs in an 8-6 win over the Cardinals last night at Wrigley, including one by Anthony Rizzo.
I mean, that was just a fun game in general. I mean, we would hit home runs, they would come back and tie it, and then it's a seesaw game. That was a really good game. Probably the best one I've ever been a part of, especially against those guys. They don't let up in the ninth, hitting that home run. It's just what they do. So we just got to keep adding on, and that was a lot of fun tonight.
A company run by 2 big political insiders in the state stands to have a big payday once the state's budget crisis ends. They're collecting late fees that would otherwise go to state vendors. The Sun-Times reporting the company called Vendor Assistance fronts money to state vendors, waiting for the state to pay their backlog bills. They collect the late fees once the state finally pays up. That company is run by Speaker Mike Madigan's former aide, Brian Hines, and influential Alderman Danny Solis's sister, Patty Solis Doyle. They've been paid $22 million taxpayer dollars so far. And Chicago just cannot get rid of the Stanley Cup. Just keeps hanging around. It appears at Millennium Park again today. Chicago's Department of Cultural Affairs announcing the Hawks Championship Trophy will be on display from 9 a.m. to 1 on Wednesday. The 35-pound, 3-foot-high silver trophy will be at the Pritzker Pavilion. You can take your picture. Admission is free. Lines will start forming Wednesday morning around 8 a.m. Chicago sports, we told you about the Cubs, the Mets, Blue Jays, and Royals also winners in postseason baseball. Monday Night Football, Steelers last-second winners at San Diego. The news, a service of Lake Forest Graduate School of Management, who teaches Chicago's most relevant MBA, professors who develop theories, or business pros who deliver results. Lake Forest Graduate School of Management, Chicago's only MBA with a faculty of 100% business leaders. Visit lakeforestmba.edu/leader. Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I am Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As your president, we must take care of our country first.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Mike Rowe here in the home of Cindy Jennings, where she's doing a, what do you call that, Cindy?
My 1 hour happy dance.
Yeah. You see, Cindy, being a smart and surprisingly sure-footed homeowner, called 1 hour the minute her furnace started acting up. Cindy knows that with 1 hour in the house, her problem will be expertly diagnosed, and her professional 1 hour technician will be fully equipped to do the job right.
That's right.
For any heating need, call 855-1-HOUR and get happy.
I'm twerking.
Yes, you are, and it's perfect for radio. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
6:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound I-57 has stop-and-go traffic from around 30 to Volmer Road with a crash. Car on the guardrail. Farther north, it's stop-and-go from 111th to the Ryan. 21 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford clocking in at 25 minutes. Edens is fine. Kennedy inbound good, but outbound there's a 6-minute delay from Foster to Sayre. And westbound 190 has delays from the Kennedy to the Tri-State. On Eisenhower, you've got a 3 or 4 minute delay from Manheim to First Avenue. Stevenson, Slow Harlem to Kedzie, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 18 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow 31 to 59 after a stall. Traffic service of Fresh Time. Fresh Time Farmers Market, healthy food, healthy values. This week, tender asparagus is only $1.27 a pound. Fresh salmon fillets, only $3.97 a pound. Grand opening prices valid at all 7 Chicagoland locations, and now in Bucktown, Lincoln Park, Crystal Lake, and Naperville. FreshTime.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A windy day today with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Clouds and sun throughout the day with a high of 60. Then a mainly clear night tonight with a low 43. Tomorrow, a mostly sunny day, high of 62 and a low 45. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
50 at O'Hare, next news 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Very short lead at first base. And Bryant sends one in the air. Way back left field. Goodbye. 2-run home run.
It was a night of undeniable emotion, the highs and the lows. A battle among rivals, and the Cubs come out on top.
This team is really special, and I think they're going to close it out tomorrow.
What about the Democrat debate? It's going to be coming up on another network. Yes. There is no Donald Trump in that debate. Do you have a forecast of their kind of ratings?
I don't think they'll do great. I mean, I think people are going to turn it on for a couple of minutes and then fall asleep.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Learning a lot about each other this morning.
Yes.
In the wake of Playboy dispensing with nude photos, we found out that one Amy Jacobson, our Amy Jacobson, a finalist when she was at the University of Iowa.
And the year was 1991.
91.
No, 1990.
90. She remembers it well.
Yeah.
Finalist for Girls of the Big Ten.
It's called Women of the Big Ten, not girls.
Excuse me.
We're not girls. We're women.
Sorry.
Yeah, and I did have to put in
Hear
on the
you roar.
application. My college roommate's listening to this. She reminded me that I did have to put in my GPA as part of the application.
Those must have been hilarious numbers.
Mine were fine, Dan.
I'm talking about the other applicants.
Yeah. The girls from the other sororities.
Women.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Women, not girls.
Women. But you didn't have to take your clothes off for the photo shoot.
You don't have to take your
clothes off.
Jermaine Stewart.
But there's one woman who did qualify, and she was, the photographer kept convincing her, take off some more, push back your shirt some more. And she got kicked off of pom-poms at University of Iowa because she did pose naked.
It's funny. I was in Conservative Nerds of the Big Ten. It was a different college experience.
How was your photo shoot? Like this, Dan?
No, the same thing happened to me. I showed a little bit too much skin. They kicked me out of the Conservative Council. I couldn't come to the Dinesh D'Souza event.
Oh, my God. Must have been hard for you.
Yeah. It was
okay?
a tough time, college. But judging.
Looking judgy.
The other thing we found out is that when it comes to Cubs versus boys soccer, you're a little bit betwixt and between.
Yeah, I don't know what to do, and I really need your help. 312-642-5600 because I have a ticket for today's game. It's at 3:37. My son's soccer game is at 3 p.m. Now, they're only 3 blocks apart from each other because my kids, go to school in Wrigleyville. But it's the only time this year I can see them play together on the same team because I coach girls volleyball. And my boys pretty much gave me an ultimatum. They're like, Mom, well, first of all, they were mad I didn't take them to the game last night.
Well, sure.
What do you mean you're not taking us to the game? I'm like, you're out. It's not negotiable. This is a dictatorship, not a democracy, and you're not going.
It's not even very benevolent.
You can watch it on TV.
Yeah.
And I'll babysit through texting to make sure you're okay.
Sure.
Check in every
Latchkey kids. Yeah.
No, cell phone latchkey kids. Yeah, that's what they are. So, they gave me an ultimatum. Well, you can't go to the game today. You have to go to our soccer game.
Well, here's the thing. This is easily solved.
What?
It's a 3:37 start, and they're 3 blocks apart, the two venues. So go watch a half hour of soccer. I mean, that's more than anyone should have to endure. I mean, a half hour of soccer is plenty. And then, pull the ripcord and get over to the ballpark.
Oh, but then how are they going to get home and all that? They can't walk. Well,
I mean, you can't do everything for them.
I know. But I could try.
Yeah.
But they put the guilt trip on me.
Yeah. No.
And I hate that as a parent. It's not fun. You'll get there someday, Dan. You'll know what I'm talking about.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, I have an idea.
Boy can dream.
Why don't you put on a blonde wig, pretend that you're me, and go to their soccer game and just cheer?
I only do that on Saturday nights. Switching gears, Tiny Dancer in the news. Tiny Dancer in the news talking about police officers trying to sidle up to the rank and file in Chicago after his continued support of Gary McCarthy, somebody that I know from talking to a number of cops. You probably hear the same thing. They loathe, they find, I mean, even if they have not liked previous police superintendents, he's in a category unto himself. And in terms of performance, he's into a category unto himself, meaning terrible performance. Rahm's standing by him. So he's trying to kind of have it both ways, which is what Tiny Dancer and all these other hack Democrat feudal lords try to do. And he was out in D.C., recounting that out in D.C., because of what's happened in places like Baltimore and Ferguson, cops are in what he said that they're fetal.
They're in the fetal position when it comes to making arrests?
He didn't say fetal position. He just said fetal.
Well, we all know what that means. The fetal position.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, this is somebody who refers to a fictional neighborhood in Chicago called Inglewheel. I mean, so who knows what he's talking about? But he tried to explain what he was talking about as he was trying to pander to police.
Post-New York, post-Cleveland. All of them talking about that. As recently, and I said to the Attorney General, I met with officers from the 10th District, and one officer said explicitly, when I'm driving by, I have to think about whether I want to be on the news and what it means to my career. I brought that example up.
So what should officers be doing differently?
I'm answering your question, but I have a context. because clearly, not just the context, exactly what I said. And I then said to the Attorney General, I am supporting our officers because our officers do a good job in community policing. And I ask you to speak up on behalf of officers throughout the country and police officers who are doing a good job practicing community policing. When there's a problem, obviously there's a problem. When there are officers doing exactly their job, like we have officers, and I mentioned, who play football with kids, just doing pickup, and that was caught on video. We have to highlight those officers because they're holding up the principle of community policing, and they have to be encouraged to continue to do their job.
So here's the thing. Rahm is right, of course, that what's happened and the antagonism towards police by not just this administration, but these grassroots or groups, if I can use that phrase to describe them, like Black Lives Matter, that antagonism has police on guard, has police maybe second-guessing themselves because they do have to make these considerations now. So what he's saying is not wrong, but here's my question. Was he saying this in the wake of these events where police were targeted? What has he said about the police officers who've been assassinated, like that deputy sheriff in Houston? I don't recall him saying any of this stuff, but now because he's under siege again, because Gary McCarthy is under siege again, because violent crime is spiraling again in the city of Chicago.
Yeah, it's up 13%.
Right. Now all of a sudden he's, the rank and file police officer's best friend. I mean, could this guy be any more transparent? And I just hope that people don't buy the same line of bull jive that this little dancer has been selling, just as so many like him have been selling in Chicago, in Illinois, and then those Democrats we exported to D.C.
Well, I don't mean to defend Mayor Emanuel, but I know a few cops, and one was a police officer, 28 years, elevated to sergeant, and I asked him, would you ever shoot an African American or a minority or a Latino? If would you put yourself in that situation where you knew that they were running away? He said, absolutely not, because I would never want a civil lawsuit against me. I wouldn't put myself through that, and I wouldn't put my family through that.
Well, yeah, okay, but I mean, if you are in a situation where you have to defend yourself, because that's the time where you fire, right. Somebody's shooting at you or somebody pulls a gun at you, you're telling me this officer wouldn't fire? He'd stand there and take it? I mean, we had...
Yeah, he would stand there and take it. He would take the bullet
said?
rather than get involved in a civil lawsuit.
That's crazy. I mean, that's crazy.
He's like, the Department of Justice could come down on me. He said, it's not worth it. I'll just take the bullet and then go on a worker's comp. It's not worth it to me.
Yeah.
Well,
that's assuming you get to place the bullet.
Right. Hit me here, not so much here to here.
I mean, you did have this incident. Where was the police officer? It was in the South, wasn't it? Where the police officer basically allowed somebody to beat him up because he didn't want...
Oh, yeah.
Right. I can't remember exactly where it occurred, but he didn't want
to fight back.
He was in that same position. It's one thing when
he was in the fetal position.
Well, it's one thing when it's fists. It's another thing to say, you're going to open fire on me. I'm going to stand there and take it. Nobody should do that. Nobody should even think about that. For a police officer to even say that to you shows how far afield we have gotten, where we have civil society and not perceived, at least by some officers, to be on the same side as those attempting to protect and maintain order in civil society.
Well, they're under
Scary
attack.
stuff.
I mean, police officers are under attack, and then everybody's got a cell phone camera, and everybody can take it out of context, and that's a problem.
Well, they are under attack, and Rahm is no friend.
I own that. It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Big difference in the weather department from yesterday to today. We're going to have a high of 60 degrees. If we're lucky, it will be very windy. Times of some clouds and sun. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny, still cool, a high of 62. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. I-80 has westbound delays from Briggs to Larkin. There was overnight road work clearing out of the left lane, but it's still very slow. Eastbound looks good. Eden still fine. Inbound Kennedy, slow Harlem to Nagel. 22 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 28, slow Lawrence to Sayre. Inbound Eisenhower, 35 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 30. Stevenson, 41 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan is 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound at a 5-minute delay from 35th to 47th with overnight work clearing. I-57, 27 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford, 25. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Thanks so much to thousands of you who have purchased MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever. But that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It is so important to get a great night's sleep. So don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies. Plus, it's washable and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. It's American made. It's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, just visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code Amy. Do it now and start sleeping better this week. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Amy or call 800-489-0201.
If you own a business, you know incorporating can be a smart way to protect yourself and your assets. So the question is, why haven't you incorporated your business yet?
My business? It's too small.
Wrong. No matter how small your business, you run the risk of losing all your personal assets, your car, your home, even your entire life savings if you're not incorporated.
Incorporating is very complicated.
Actually, incorporating is easy and fast. You can do it in just 10 minutes. Call now for your free guide from Incorporate.com. 1-800-931-3210.
I need a lawyer to incorporate. That's really expensive.
You don't need a lawyer, and we don't offer legal or financial advice. Incorporate.com is a service company whose only mission is helping people like you incorporate safely, easily, and quickly. Find out how simple it is to protect your family and personal assets by incorporating. Call now for your free guide. 1-800-931-3210. 1-800-931-3210. That's 1-800-931-3210.
True or false? Huntington Learning Center franchise owners earn revenues 61% higher than their closest competitor.
True!
True or false? You can start a Huntington franchise for under $100,000.
True!
True or false? Huntington is a respected national tutoring and test prep leader with almost 4 decades of proven results.
True!
It's true. Opening a Huntington Learning Center franchise is the perfect opportunity to run a business that's both personally and financially rewarding. No previous educational experience required. Our model is simple. We provide you with our winning formula for student success, in-house financing, and ongoing support. You help students from K through 12 achieve outstanding academic results. And in turn, you score phenomenal financial returns. If you're passionate about making a difference and dream of owning a successful business, call 855-823-0000 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com to join the nation's top earning tutoring and test prep franchise. That's 855-823-0000.
AM 560. The
Dan and Amy, so here we go again. These school districts, good grief. A couple of stories. One from Education Action Group News, eagnews.org. This is from Gresham, Oregon. Dexter McCarty Middle School student Alan Holmes understands that his freedom is intricately tied to those who fought and died defending America. His older brother joined the U.S. Marines when he was 19 and served a tour in Iraq. But school officials don't apparently share Holmes' understanding or patriotic spirit. Recently forced the 8th grader to change his shirt that depicted a traditional soldier memorial or face an in-school suspension. The principal was asked by this 8th grader, is this considered a suspension? He said, yes, I'll see you tomorrow. And I left. I was just upset. I was heartbroken. My brother, he means everything to me. Just being able to help and give back to people who fought and died for us just makes me feel good. This is from an 8th grader. Maybe he should be in charge of the school district. The problem with his T-shirt.
Yeah, what was wrong?
It had a military rifle on it.
Oh.
Yeah, here's the military rifle. Here's how it was portrayed. It was the weapon, the rifle used to hold the helmet when a soldier who's killed is buried in the field. So it's that traditional image of the helmet on top of the rifle.
Right, rather than it being pointed at you in a 3D form.
Yeah. His father, Charles Holmes, said, I'm proud of him. I would have done the same thing. I agree. I'm proud of him, too, and he's not related to me. The school officials, of course, are concerned about weapons in the era of school shootings, and anything that promotes violence in terms of dress is verboten. Does this promote violence? Are you able to make a distinction if you're an adult in charge of a school district, between what is honoring those who protect our freedom and a depiction of anything that is violent in a way that is uncomfortable or disturbing in some way.
Well, and most of the barrel of the gun is hidden underneath the helmet, and it's based in the boots. I mean, it shows clearly a military member who sacrificed their life for our freedoms. It's a beautiful T-shirt. It's not offensive. I don't see that as aggressive in any way. And good for that kid for, speaking his mind.
Yeah, and taking a suspension to boot. The dress code of the school, students cannot wear anything that promotes alcohol, drugs, tobacco, or violence. So the violence is what tripped up his ability to wear the shirt depicting the traditional, rifle, helmet, soldier buried in the field. And then this story from Aubrey, Texas. It's happening in Texas. You can bet it's happening just about everywhere. 11-year-old twins, Cadence and Abigail, were born on an Air Force base. So the new fall jackets they bought to wear to the middle school shouldn't be a surprise. The Air Force, they picked out the Air Force ones, said their father, Phil Rowland. He is a disabled Iraq War veteran. Says Cadence, 11-year-old twins. Says Cadence, one of the twins, about the teacher. She yelled at me and said that's out of dress code, and that would get me in trouble if I wore something out of dress code. They have little jackets with the Air Force logo on the back.
Yeah, little
the
wings.
Air Force logo.
And one is pink and one is navy blue. And this is harmless. The teacher thought that this was offensive? Does she even know what it is? And it says underneath it, U.S. Air Force. It's the logo.
Same, zero tolerance, which is a synonym these days for zero common sense policy, as that school in Oregon that depicts violence.
It's wings. It's
to repeat.
Wings.
Said their father, a disabled Iraq war vet. The district has a blanket policy that doesn't allow administrators to make common sense exceptions to rules that I think most Texans would agree are absolutely superfluous. I think he's on very solid footing there. Mm-hmm. There's a case, a Supreme Court case, a Tinker v. Des Moines School District from 1965, and it was students that Tinker, brother and sister, that wore black armbands to school to protest the Vietnam War. Went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court held that they could wear those armbands. Now, it's not quite on point to these cases because the school allowed for dress that conveyed other political speech, if you will. So they were making an arbitrary decision in not allowing the black armbands in protestation of the Vietnam War. And that's essentially what the Supreme Court held. By the way, interesting side note, Mary Beth Tinker, one of the plaintiffs, actually went on to be a VA nurse. Kind of interesting. Oh. But I think that, so if you make categorical rules like these school districts made, certainly on advice of attorneys, where it's anything in these categories, we're not making decisions, some things are accepted and some things aren't, then you could run afoul of Supreme Court precedent. But I think some of these cases, some of these instances should be challenged. This is mindless. This is mindless, and it's not what the Supreme Court intended. Phil on the Northwest side.
Yeah, Danny and Amy, I'd like to know what the rules are in Moscow and Beijing and places like this and how they compare to what they keep pushing in our schools and our universities and in our corporations. And I'd also like to know if any of those people are punished in any kind of way when they go outside the border, if you guys could research that and let our listening audience know. Thanks
for the call, Phil. I think with respect to some of these teachers' unions, like the socialist that runs the Chicago Teachers Union, I think they're using Beijing and Moscow as the model.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're a small business owner, you know that image is everything. This is Dina, manager of Aunt D's Slots and Wine Bar in Hickory Hills. As an upscale venue, our clients expect a clean and presentable business. After a year of heavy traffic, our carpet really showed the stains from numerous wine tastings and special events that we couldn't clean ourselves. We called Executive Green Carpet Cleaning when we heard about their no-risk guarantee, promising that we would be happy or we wouldn't need to pay. They scheduled a time convenient for us, not what fit their calendar. Executive Green used their own purified water and non-toxic solution. It left the carpet residue-free. and even took wine stains out we thought were permanent. If you're a small business owner looking to clean carpet, upholstery, tile, and more, call Executive Green Carpet Cleaning.
Call 708-599-5151. That's 708-599-5151. Or visit executivegreencarpetcleaning.com. That's executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com can help you spiff up your home and auto. Be sure to get your car shiny and ready to cruise the roads for the fall colors with a great deal from Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village. A full-service car wash package includes wash, vacuum, windows, dash, wipe down, an $18 deal for only $10. Hey, give your home the clean it needs with an excellent deal from the Grout Medic of LaGrange. Grout Medic offers a shower touch-up that includes a steam cleaning of your shower tile and grout. Of course, a clean and color seal floor package for your kitchen or bathroom floor tile each. Each deal is $110 and has a value of $250. Hey, shop at a great local hardware store with personal customer service. Purchase the Addison Building Materials $100 gift certificate for only $50. Addison Building Materials is a true value retailer. Tackle your home improvement projects with quality items, huge savings from Royal Air, Cedar Pro, and more. Find it all and only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
Willie.
Willie Wilson will join us to tell us why he's not in tonight's debate and how Donald Trump handles an agitated woman. You'll hear it here. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, clouds and 50 degrees. All eyes on Hillary Clinton at tonight's Democrat presidential debate. Experts say it's make or break for her and a make or break moment for her rival, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. Likely no Joe Biden, who has yet to announce his candidacy. And a new CBS News pre-debate poll finds the public is not satisfied with any of the answers it's been getting on the Clinton email scandal. As Fox News correspondent Ann Hedring reports.
71% of registered voters believe her use of a personal server was not appropriate, up 7 points from March, despite months of Clinton pushback. Yet Republicans have their own trouble after House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy's gaffe about the House Select Committee on Benghazi. Major Bradley Podliska, an intelligence officer in the Air Force Reserve who was a committee aide, told CNN he was fired for refusing pressure to focus on Clinton's email. Republican Trey Gowdy sharply denies that, insisting, quote, this committee always has been and will be focused on the 4 brave Americans we lost in Benghazi. Though Clinton allies say all of the Republican strife has handed Clinton a gift ahead of the first big Democratic debate. In Las Vegas, Ed Henry, Fox News Radio.
Republican presidential candidate Jeb Bush wants to change the nation's health care prescription. Today, the former Florida governor will lay out a plan to replace the Affordable Care Act in New Hampshire. The Supreme Court will hear arguments today in a case that could decide if prisoners sentenced to life for murders they committed as juveniles will be granted new sentences. Former CPS CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett expected to plead guilty today to corruption charges. She's expected to appear in federal court in Chicago. A teachers' union in McHenry has approved an agreement with the district to end an 8-day strike. McHenry Community High School Educators Association members ratified that contract Monday afternoon. More than 2,500 students are expected to return to class this morning. Chicago sports, Cubs beat St. Louis 8-6, and they have a 2-1 series advantage in the NLDS. Mets, Blue Jays, and Royals also winners in a homer-happy postseason day in baseball, 21 home runs. Monday Night Football, Steelers beat San Diego. Steve Spurrier retires immediately from South Carolina. Steve Sarkisian fired from his job at USC. The news service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines. Great fares, parking as low as $7 a day. You'll save time and money when you fly up the interstate to Milwaukee's airport. Visit flymke.com. See why more people are choosing Milwaukee, the O'Hare alternative. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher is tired of the gun control rhetoric.
If Chris had not been able to get a hold of 13 guns, it wouldn't have happened.
Empty rhetoric.
And my heart goes out to this father and the mother because their son will forever be known as the monster who killed innocent people. Stop blaming the gun, the inanimate object, for the evilness of the creature.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As President, I promise to reform our prison system and fix it once and for all.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I was on thyroid medicine for 5 years. I have completely got off of it, and all my blood work came back excellent.
It does a lot of good for me because I feel it works. The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
I've always liked anything that rolls, explodes, and makes noise. Jay Leno's back with a new show about the rides that move us.
It is more than just about cars. It's about style. It's about the personalities, why people like cars. It's about the way vehicles make you feel.
Every car has a story, and everybody has a story about their car.
It's not just about fancy cars. It's about vehicles that touch a nerve.
Jay Leno's Garage. All new tomorrow at 10.
It's having the story that goes with the car.
CNBC.
637 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Westbound I-80 delays are heavy from before 30 to Larkin with overnight roadwork very late and clearing out of the left lane. Edens runs 22 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Kennedy, 27 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. Inbound Ike, 36 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 34. There's a crash at Morgan going right out of the circle, 2 right lanes. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan is 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, there are delays approaching Volmer Road after an earlier crash. And it's 27 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop 425. Northbound Tri-State, slow 95th to 87th. Archer to 31st, very slow from the Reagan-Tollway to Grand Avenue. Traffic, a service of RCN Entertainment Redefined. Get RCN's award-winning mega-fast 155 internet. Let's watch TV anywhere with RCN to go, all for as low as $55.94 per month. It's mega-fast-tastic. RCN Entertainment Redefined. 1-800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Windy and cooler, times of clouds and sun will top out at 60. Clear to partly cloudy and 43. Currently 50 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the New American Funding Show, walking you through stress-free mortgage options. Sunday afternoons at 1 on AM 560, The Answer.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Amy, as you remember during the mayoral race, I was a charter member of Whitey's for Willie.
Yeah, and you voted for him.
I did vote for Willie Wilson. I did vote for Willie Wilson, and I'd like to again, but I'm not a Democrat primary voter. So that's
I'm
that's
shocked.
The one problem.
Really,
that I've got.
I had you pegged wrong all these years.
But I do think you should be in the debate, and I'm serious about that. Why not? I know that he's not up in the polls, but he is polling just as well as Lincoln Chafee or, frankly, even Marty O'Malley.
Yeah, and Marty O'Malley's fourth in his own state.
He's lucky to be there.
And he's on the stage tonight.
And he'd be fifth if Lincoln Chafee didn't would just get off the metric system. Right. Lincoln Chafee could probably take him in Maryland
or move out of Canada.
So Willie Wilson, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? It's been a while.
It has been. It's good to talk to you again. So. You're not in the debate tonight. Did you contact the DNC? Did you contact CNN? What have your conversations been like with the party for consideration for these type of events?
Well, I've been to Iowa. I've been in New Hampshire. I've been in South Carolina. I've been to Mississippi, Alabama. I've contacted the party. I been shut out 8 times in Iowa. And once in Minnesota, they wouldn't allow me to ask a question. They said I'm not sanctioned by the party. So I said, well, I'm registered. I did everything that every Democrat would do. And there was a poll come out. I said, I'm polling more than some of the guys you got on now. And I said, plus, if you want to talk about sanction, I said, I thought the Democrats would be inclusion. So they wouldn't talk. I wrote letters and emails. I've had my attorney to inquire to the head of the Democratic Party and also the young lady in Iowa. And we've been totally shut out. And I've paid to get tickets to get in to like the rest of the Democratic candidate. I've had gotten there and supposed to have a table, and they wouldn't give me a table to put my merchandise on. And at one point in time in Iowa, I went to the place and wanted to go up to the mic and ask a question about inclusion. They put the security guard and police officer stopped me from going up there. And
well, Willie Wilson, do you think that they're discriminating against you because you're black?
No, here's what I really think. Yes and no, but I mean, here's how I look at it. I think they have some white as well that they're not allowing on there. But the Democratic says it's inclusion in the bylaw. They said minorities should be included. They're not doing that. But they're discriminating against people who do not have the dollars to participate. And I can't say it's totally black because, see, I went to the chairman of the Black Caucus and asked them to take up the issue of equal opportunity, representing Butterfield. He turned me down, wouldn't even hear me. I went to the National Urban League. They invited the Democratic candidate along with the Republican, but they wouldn't allow me to come. They said that's for Hillary Clinton. I said, well, that's all fine, but I should be included to speak. So they denied me also, and several other people have done that. So I don't know. I just think that we got a problem in the country that we should be inclusion, you know?
Do you think that it's because you haven't held elective office, and so they just look at office holders? They're that myopic? I mean, especially considering what's going on the Republican side?
Well, look, I don't necessarily think that. I think that they may be nervous about my being a race. I happen to be African American, and I think that they're afraid I'm going to take some of the vote and search it to the Bible Belt, South Carolina, Alabama, and those places, some in Chicago, and those delegates are going to be very valuable. I'm in the state, or I'm not going. I spent $300,000-$400,000 my own money. And so listen, it's a principle with me. So I'm not going anywhere. So eventually one day we're going to continually to push and get through the bill.
Yeah, and so Willie, I mean, so you've spent $300,000 or $400,000. I mean, again, you're not polling robust numbers, but neither is Lincoln Chafee, and you probably raised and spent more money than he has. So I mean, did they give you any? Here's the standard for participation in the debate, and this is the standard we're applying to all the candidates?
Well, when they told me I'm not sanctioned by the Democratic Party.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Yeah.
I asked them the same thing, but they did that through my lawyers and other people, but they wouldn't talk to me after several phone calls. I listen. I'm going on air with advertising in Iowa, South Carolina, and Chicago, and we're going direct to the people. But I'm very shocked by the Democratic Party who talk about inclusion. I even sent Hillary Clinton, all the candidates, an email and asked them about inclusion and let them know that, look, I'm out here, we trying to run. I said you should be encouraging people to run, but they would not even respond, you know. So
not one of them responded?
None of them responded, none of them. And I even asked Bernie Sanders in person. We was been in Washington, D.C., on the same panel there with the voting rights. He just totally ignored and ran from it. So you know, it's a mystery to me, but more of a mystery to me is that even the African American is running from it. I think it's about money. You know, people have been bought off and given money and all these kind of things, and that's one of the reasons why I don't care about what they call black, white, whatever. I think it's got to be human rights.
No,
Democrats interested in money. I'm shocked to learn this. Oh my goodness.
Willie Wilson, is your name going to appear on any of the state ballots?
Yeah, well, we're going through all the procedure right now. We're beginning the petition in Chicago. It required 3,000 in Chicago. South Carolina is required $2,500. We're going to be down there November the 16th. Iowa, of course, that's a caucus. We've been there about 15 times in the last 2 or 3 months. We've been getting good press in the local cities, but national, when we talk to the television stations like CNN and those guys, they won't hear it. And ABC in New Hampshire just shut me all the way out. I went to the party in New Hampshire. They wouldn't even talk to me, come out and talk to me. So this is 2015, and this is unreal. And look, those other guys that are running, look, they did a poll, and I did come up in a poll in North Carolina, like 1%, one was 2%. You know, but if they don't poll me in their particular poll, I mean, how can you ever get there if they don't call my name or put me on television?
And Willie Wilson's a much better ballot name than Lincoln Chafee, I can tell you that.
Well, I would think so.
But let me ask you this, Willie, because Van Jones, speaking of CNN, Van Jones, he's a commentator on CNN, said that this is the whitest field the Democrats have had since 1992, saying the Democrats have a problem because there isn't inclusion, there isn't minority representation on that stage. You know, you've lived a life. You've got these other candidates out there talking about the civil rights movement. You grew up in Jim Crow South on the wrong side of those racist laws. You've lived a life. You've built a business. It's interesting to me how you're being kind of dismissed out of hand by people who pretend to speak to issues that you actually experienced firsthand and talked about when you ran for mayor.
Absolutely right. I've written letters, everything. You know, to be honest with you, it's upset me to go back to like 1965 and 1950, some of the Jim Crow era. You know, like right now, this is like crazy. Like you live in a fantasy world. I bring more to the table in terms of diversity with this whole party and can energize, particularly the African American. Let's say if I'm in that running right now and the Democratic, whoever the primary, if I didn't win it, at least the support I could throw behind energize the minority community would be a big asset to the Democratic Party, I would think, you know?
Are you going to be watching tonight's debate?
I'm going to watch it, yes. I'm not going to turn bitter about it. You know, I'm gonna keep going. We're gonna break through some kind of way.
Good for you.
Live tweet it. I want to get your reactions to what they're saying. So live tweet it for us, won't you?
Oh yeah. I sure will.
All right. Dr. Willie Wilson, Democrat. I almost said Republican because I'd like you to be a Republican. Democrat candidate for president, former mayoral candidate in the city of Chicago. Willie, thanks again for joining us. Always appreciate it.
Hey, thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Take care.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of wind and some sun today, a high of 60 degrees if we're lucky. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny, a high of 62. Let's get the travel times and see how I-80 westbound's doing. Here's Jim Telemonte.
It's awful, Amy. Westbound jammed now from 355 to Larkin. The left lane still blocked with overnight road work very late in clearing. Northbound I-57 has delays from 30 to Vollmer after a crash, then starting again at 127. About 28 minutes I-80 to the merge. Forward 33 minutes. Edens, 29 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 22. The Kennedy, 35 minutes O'Hare to downtown outbound 37. The Ike, 51 minutes Thorndale to downtown outbound. There's a crash at Morgan, and the two right lanes jammed coming out of downtown. 42 minutes Post Office to Thorndale. Stevenson, 43 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
A text from Sean in Elmwood Park. I want Willie Wilson as president just to see the look on Vlad Putin's face after their first meeting. Interpret that as you see fit. Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Val Dior in for Lou Dobbs. Corporate headlines and the crude oil market in focus as investors look to extend the Dow's longest winning streak of the year. Those stories next.
See something, smell something, do something. When your basement or crawl space smells, don't ignore it. Odors, mold, and harmful pollutants come from too much moisture and not enough air circulation, making your home unhealthy. It's time to do something. Experts and the EPA advise ventilation instead of dehumidifiers as a more efficient way of reducing moisture and improving indoor air quality. Wave ventilation continuously expels damp, polluted air, drying out your basement or crawl space and transforming the entire house into a fresher, healthier environment year-round. Wave costs only pennies a day to operate, and there are no buckets to empty. Don't use an energy-guzzling dehumidifier which still leaves you with poor air quality and odors. Put the sensible Wave technology in your home today. Call 1-888-798-WAVE. That's 1-888-798-WAVE. Or visit mydryhouse.com. That's mydryhouse.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Investors looking to extend the Dow Jones Industrial Average's longest winning streak of the year, ending higher in each of the past 7 trading days. No major reports on our economy due out today, so corporate developments and readings on the European economy likely to influence market direction. Dow component Johnson & Johnson posting its quarterly results. The earnings season ramping up after the closing bell with quarterly reports from CSX, Intel, and JP Morgan Chase. Investors also considering comments from Atlanta Fed Bank President James Bullard. We'll see whether Bullard is still pushing for an interest rate hike before the end of this year. And the crude oil market in focus after prices yesterday fell at the steepest rate in more than a month. November crude plunged 5% yesterday, settling just above $47 a barrel. Please tune in to Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. I'm Val Dior for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
My brother Chris is allergic to talking about retirement. Bring up his future and you'll get glazed eyes and awkward answers. Don't believe me? Let's try it. Chris, when will you retire?
Ha! You darn right I like nachos.
See what I mean? Chris, do you have a retirement account?
It's gotta be the right kind of cheese.
One last time. Are you ever going to retire?
And don't forget jalapenos. I love jalapenos.
Good for you, buddy.
Avoiding the retirement conversation? At the Mutual Fund Store, we get it, and our advisors are here to help. Whether you're storing 401k statements in a shoebox, can't tell a traditional from a Roth IRA, or include piggy bank as one of your retirement accounts, there are no judgments here. We'll simply sit down with you one-on-one, talk about where you're at, and help you put a plan in place to get you where you want to be tomorrow. Let's get the conversation started today with a free consultation.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Opportunity Project. In the brave new world of big data, sometimes we forget that politics is about people's lives. When we forget this fundamental truth, people without political clout get hurt, and all of us suffer a loss of dignity in the process. And so the number for your consideration in this installment of Illinois by the Numbers is 47. 47th is where Illinois ranks nationally in the provision of services to persons with developmental disabilities. Providing or not providing for those who need state support through no fault of their own is a mirror that reflects our humanity, our moral health. The result is families who have a family member with a developmental disability have fled Illinois just as entrepreneurs have to live in, well, more civilized states. This is happening on our watch. As an Illinois resident, this is happening on my watch. We are all culpable, and now none of us can any longer pretend not to know. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
We're talking to Willie Wilson, why he's being shut out by the Democrat Party, not being allowed to participate in the debate tonight.
Do you think maybe it's because of his mayoral debate performances?
Hi.
I don't know.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Ann, go ahead on the north side.
Okay, you know what? I can't believe that you like Willie Wilson and don't like Donald Trump. Yeah. Didn't Willie Wilson run as a Republican and didn't he spoil the mayoral race for everybody? I mean,
well, how?
He's a spoiler. And I'm glad he's not. Wasn't he a Republican?
No. There was the mayoral race is nonpartisan.
Yeah. And who did he give his votes to? Was it Rahm Emanuel or was it Chuy Garcia?
It was Chuy.
Chuy Garcia.
Did he? Okay, so that's one thing for him. But I don't see how you could like him and not like Donald Trump. I really don't.
Thanks for the call, Ann. Because Thanks, Willie Wilson is humble and Donald Trump isn't. How about just that for starters?
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
My name is Elisa French. I'm a Chicago ad executive. I have completed 3 no-cost refinances with Townstone Financial and with Barry Sterner over the past 15 years. I've always received outstanding interest rates. I think the best interest rates that are out there. My husband and I have never paid closing costs. They've always made the process really simple, really easy. So if you really are looking for somebody you can trust, call Barry.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Florida, license C6629, NMLS 136639, Equal Housing Lender.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and like all of you out there, I had problems sleeping. Pillows would go flat, I would flip-flop all night long, I would wake up with a sore neck, maybe a headache, or feel like I needed a nap even though I slept 8 hours. When I invented MyPillow, I wanted it to where you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of sleep position. MyPillow will get you into that deep REM sleep faster, and you will stay there longer. It's not about how much time we spend in bed, it's about how much of that quality sleep we get. I do all of my own manufacturing right here in the United States. I have a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry MyPillow, and I give you a 60-day money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. And here's my best offer ever. You can buy one of my pillows and get one absolutely free.
To get your 2 MyPillows for the price of one, call 800-489-0201 and please use the promo code Amy. Or you can go to MyPillow.com and use the promo code Amy. That's 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Either way, don't forget the promo code AMY.
It's easy to take your commercial HVAC system for granted. It's always there, keeping your building comfortably warm or cool. Until you have a system failure. With another unforgiving Chicago winter just around the corner, now's the time to have a comprehensive review of your mechanical HVAC system. And you don't want just anyone. You want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical professionals. For over 80 years, Air Comfort has delivered its customers the best trained and highly skilled team of award-winning technicians. That's why Air Comfort is recognized as Star Certified by the MSCA, a designation achieved by only 2% of contractors nationwide. With a service fleet of more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby. Schedule your system check by calling now, 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com.
We're not gathered here united tonight because of the name of our teams or of our schools.
Witness the true story,
but because of the name
of a spiritual awakening
above all names
that saved a high school,
Jesus,
and shook a city. Experience one hope.
Nobody out there knows what's happened with this team.
One truth.
But when you win on this day, they will!
One way.
Make the changes to these boys' own.
Woodlawn.
I'm asking you to stand up right now and make a decision to change, to forgive, to choose Jesus
I want you to stop all religious activities until this board has taken this matter under full review.
I think I'm going to get hit no matter what I do. I got some tough decisions to make.
Woodlawn starts this Friday.
Here are the stories we're watching right now. Former CPS CEO expected to plead guilty today. The Cubs beat the Cardinals in record-breaking fashion. We'll have a recap. Windy and cooler day ahead with clouds and sun. WIND, Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. They died almost instantly. That's what Dutch investigators are saying about everyone on that Malaysian plane shot down over Ukraine. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, in a long-awaited report, the Dutch Safety Board saying it was a missile.
Flight MH17 crashed as a result of the detonation of a warhead outside the aeroplane.
And the Safety Board chairman, Chiba Joustra, saying the airspace where it happened should never have been open, with fighting between Ukrainian government forces and pro-Russian rebels escalating.
Nobody considered the possibility that civil aircraft at cruising altitude were at risk.
However, this report doesn't tackle the question of who fired the missile. A separate criminal inquiry is ongoing. Dave?
Simon, all 298 passengers died in that July hit on the plane. In Israel, at least 3 people are dead in separate stabbing and shooting attacks in Jerusalem. Palestinians attacking Israelis. Joe Biden won't be there, but as the vice president mulls a run for the White House, Hillary Clinton and the 4 other Democrats in the race debate for the first time tonight. As we learn more about Clinton's private emails while Secretary of State, Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Clinton's homebrew server was apparently a hacker's dream. An Associated Press review found it was connected to the internet in ways that made it more vulnerable to cyber crooks. The server used remote access software that allowed connections directly from the web. Such software was the subject of industry and government warnings about security vulnerabilities. The AP found at least 2 other devices on Clinton's home network whose purposes were unclear. Dave?
Rachel, frightened their kids would lose Halloween at school. Spooked parents in Milford, Connecticut fought back to get costume parades back on. The superintendent reversing an earlier ban implemented to help kids who, for any reason like religion, felt left out. But this mom fought back.
The parade is open to everybody. If you choose not to participate in the parade, that's your choice.
Rebecca Lilly led the petition drive for her 3 kids. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 50 degrees, and sunrise on the way in just moments. 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Winds are out of the west at 14 this morning, and a former CPS CEO, Barbara Byrd Bennett, expected to plead guilty today to corruption charges. She is scheduled to appear in federal court after being indicted last week on charges of mail and wire fraud. Byrd Bennett is accused of steering over $23 million worth of no-bid contracts to an educational consulting firm that she previously worked for. Teachers Union in McHenry has approved an agreement with the school district to end an 8-day strike. More than 2,500 students return to class today at McHenry Community High School District 156. Cubs 1 win away from the NLCS, setting a postseason record, belting 6 home runs en route to a win over the Cardinals last night at Wrigley Field. Starter and winner Jake Arrieta on being 1 win away.
We knew that we had the ability to get to this point. Now we're 1 win away from the the championship series. So our guys are going to be ready, and tonight was just a little example of what we're capable of.
Cubs hold a 2-1 advantage in the NLDS. A Palatine-based school district accused of discrimination after denying a transgendered student request for access to the girls' locker room. The district could lose $6 million in federal funding if no compromise is reached. We could get an indication as soon as today whether former U.S. House Speaker Dennis Hastert is close to a plea agreement. AM 560's David Stewart has more on that federal case.
Hastert's accused of lying to the FBI about illegally structured bank withdrawals of hush money that Hastert was paying to an unnamed individual to buy silence about some long-ago misdeeds from Hastert's days as a high school teacher and coach. A plea deal would mean the details about rumors of sexual misconduct with students wouldn't have to come out in court. As those negotiations continue, the case does move toward a trial. Pre-trial motions due and a hearing scheduled for later this week. Judge Thomas Durkin has granted several delays already and says he wants a trial in March or April. David Stewart, Chicago.
The Stanley Cup makes an appearance at Chicago's Millennium Park. Chicago's Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events saying the trophy will be on display Wednesday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. You can start lining up at 8 a.m. Cubs did beat St. Louis last night 8-6, but there was plenty of baseball yesterday as the Mets, Blue Jays, and Royals were all postseason winners. NBA, Preseason action. New Orleans beat the Bulls 123-115. The news service of RCN, Entertainment Redefined. Get award-winning, super-fast 155 internet and awesome digital TV as low as $55.94 per month. Plus, take TV anywhere with RCN to go. It's awesome-amazing. RCN Entertainment Redefined. 800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
She's bold.
You're not black, so drop the racism crap.
She's controversial.
When you bring the people here, you bring those cultures here.
She's unapologetic.
This is a total fraud and a fig leaf.
And she's coming to Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. She's Ann Coulter.
Now I'm talking.
See best-selling author and conservative firebrand Ann Coulter live on Saturday, November 14th at Freedom Summit Chicago in Itasca. Get your tickets now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
True or false? Huntington Learning Center franchise owners earn revenues 61% higher than their closest competitor.
True!
True or false? You can start a Huntington franchise for under $100,000.
True!
True or false? Huntington is a respected national tutoring and test prep leader with almost 4 decades of proven results.
True!
It's true. Opening a Huntington Learning Center franchise is the perfect opportunity to run a business that's both personally and financially rewarding. No previous educational experience required. Our model is simple. We provide you with our winning formula for student success, in-house financing, and ongoing support. You help students from K through 12 achieve outstanding academic results. And in turn, you score phenomenal financial returns. If you're passionate about making a difference and dream of owning a successful business, call 855-823-0000 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com to join the nation's top earning tutoring and test prep franchise. That's 855-823-0000.
7:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Westbound I-80 is a complete mess from 355 to the Des Plaines River Bridge. The left lane is finally reopening an hour late after overnight road work. Eden's inbound 29 minutes late. Cook to Montrose outbound 22. The inbound Kennedy now really jammed. The River Road toll into downtown Chicago. There's a crash on the outbound Ike at Morgan, really jamming things up. The Kennedy runs an hour and 7 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 50 minutes from Montrose, 28 in the Express. Outbound 37 minutes to O'Hare, the Eisenhower. An hour and 2 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound packed solid Wells to Morgan with that crash now on the right shoulder. And heavy Austin to Des Plaines Avenue, 40 minutes post office to Thorndale. Stevenson, 54 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. Bryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown, northbound Tri-State. Stop and go Southwest Highway to the Hinsdale Oasis. And from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue, eastbound Adams Tollway very slow, 31 to Barrington and Elmhurst to Lee. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, windy and cooler with clouds and sun, high of 60. Then tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 43. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high 62. Clear to partly cloudy at night, low 45. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 50 at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. On AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Very short lead at first base. And Bryant sends one in the air. Way back left field. Goodbye. 2-run home run.
It was a night of undeniable emotion, the highs and the lows. A battle among rivals, and the Cubs come out on top.
This team is really special, and I think they're going to close it out tomorrow.
What about the Democrat debate's going to be coming up on another network? Yes. There is no Donald Trump in that debate. Do you have a forecast of their kind of ratings?
I don't think they'll do great. I mean, I think people are going to turn it on for a couple of minutes and then fall asleep.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft. Amy Jacobson waving her W towel that she got at yesterday's Cubs game.
Big game last night. You know, if they win today, they could close the series, and then we focus on the NLCS.
Unlike you, I gave my W towel to a poor street urchin because I care about others.
All right.
Yes.
I can't believe you went to the game.
I did.
Why? You don't despise the Cubs, but was it just...
It was a free dinner. I got free food and beer at the rooftop that I was at.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so,
It was a great game, though. 6 home runs.
Yeah.
8 runs scored total, and it was like a home run derby out there because I sat in the bleachers for the first time since the 90s. And I had a good time. I should have brought my glove, though.
Let me try this again because it didn't work last time. So I think it was a delivery problem.
All right.
Amy, I think the Cubs are the alternative energy team because it was wind and solar that powered them past the Cardinals yesterday. Thank you. Yeah.
Solar,
that was better. I think
that was better.
They needed more emphasis on solar.
Yes.
That's what I didn't do right the first time. My comedic timing isn't great.
What?
Speaking of unintentional comedy, the Democrat debate is tonight.
Yeah.
Don Lemon and Anderson Cooper will be the moderators.
Will you stop now? Stop it. What are you going to... We're going to have a segment on what are they going to wear? Are they going to wear matching clothes and go to Great America before?
If only Joan and Melissa Rivers were still a tandem, they could do that. And by the way, we had Willie Wilson on the show last hour. He's frozen out of the debate. He's been in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, all these states a number of times. He's running a campaign. He said he spent $300,000 to $400,000 of his own money. He's advertising on these airwaves. I was wondering, why is he being shut out of the process by the Democrat Party, the party of inclusion, the party for minority families? And we asked the question, do you think it's because you're African American? He said, no, I don't think so. Do you think it's because you haven't held elective office? No, I don't think so. I think I got it.
All right, what?
It's because he's a God-fearing Christian. And there's no room for those individuals, those kind of bigots, God-fearing Christians. No room for those kind of bigots in the Democrat Party. That's got to be what it is. But are you going to watch the debate tonight? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Are you going to watch the debate tonight just to see if Bernie Sanders absolutely loses his mind?
Well, I want to see if he will attack Hillary Clinton. I want to see who's going to ask her questions about her emails and her private servers.
Yeah.
I want to see if anyone has the gonads to ask her about Benghazi. Who's going to step up to the plate? Is it going to be the moderators, or is it going to be probably not Bernie Sanders, but Martin O'Malley might ask her some questions about that.
I mean,
but Bernie Sanders and Hillary, they're, buddies.
Are you questioning with that comment you just made?
The testicular fortitude.
Virility, I was going to say. But fortitude will suffice. Of one Anderson Cooper and or Don Lemon?
Yeah, I think they're going to play nicey nice. I think Donald Trump is right that this is going to be the most boring debate in our time.
How dare you say that about Gloria Vanderbilt's son? Here's a interesting, you mentioned, will they ask about Hillary emails? I don't know how they can't, especially this development. Washington Post did an interview with Cheryl Mills.
Oh, she granted an interview?
How about that? Hillary Clinton's chief of staff, while she was Secretary of State 4 years of her tenure as Secretary of State, Cheryl Mills said, and I'm quoting, "If there's anything I could ever do that would have alleviated this level of attention, certainly I would have wished I could have. Look, I'm human. I wish there had been a lot more thought and deliberation around it, but I can tell you that I can offer you that insight that there was." She kind of talks like Kevin McCarthy.
What
but
insight that there was on
was or was not with respect to
attacks?
the private server, the emails. She's talking globally about the email problems, not just limited to Benghazi, but there are definitely email problems there as well. And this other interesting little note about Cheryl Mills, a couple of questions, many questions about Hillary Clinton's tenure as Secretary of State and how she ran her shop, because how would she run the executive branch as President of the United States? Cheryl Mills, very much like Uma Abedin, Mrs. Carlos Danger, had a bit of an interesting arrangement when she transitioned from working at New York University to the State Department. Mills, at the time, was negotiating with officials in Abu Dhabi to build a campus for NYU in that Persian Gulf city. The arrangement, which Mills has now discussed publicly for the first time in this interview with the Washington Post I'm referencing,
she wasn't paid for her first months at the State Department. She was designated as a temporary expert consultant while she was serving as Hillary Clinton's chief of staff, which allowed her to collect outside income. NYU paid her $198,000 in 2009, and then she collected another $330,000 in vacation and severance payments when she left the school's payroll in May of 2009. So she's at the State Department, but she's unpaid because she's collecting money from NYU, but she's still at the State Department as the chief of staff for the Secretary of the State of the United States of America, and she's in a private capacity negotiating a deal with a foreign country. Is that a problem?
Do they have interns at the State Department? Unpaid interns?
I mean, it's not about the payment. It's about the inherent conflict of interest. And remember, this is the same thing that Mrs. Carlos Danger had in kind of substance. Mrs. Carlos Danger spent her last 6 months as Clinton's deputy chief of staff, simultaneously employed by the Clinton Foundation. So, I mean...
So is this plausible deniability so that they say, because it is... I mean, it's a conflict to have both jobs at the same time, but if they don't pay you for the job, is it really a job?
Well, yeah, but if you have your State Department, you've got security clearances, you've got access to information that few people in the world have, and you're negotiating private deals and you're being privately compensated. So you blur the lines of distinction between private and public. I think it's a legitimate question to ask. I think it's absolutely a legitimate question to ask. It should be asked. This is Cheryl Mills' inner words. We know these arrangements. We know these emails. And we'll get to another one in a second, because don't forget, we're talking about this debate tonight. And I think Trump is right that people are going to watch for a few minutes and tune out, especially if it's a bunch of socialists playing patty cake. But the real fireworks, which will be more interesting next week when Hillary Clinton testifies before that Benghazi committee. Because there are legitimate questions to ask to Hillary Clinton about what's happening, particularly in the light of recent reports like the Michael Isikoff report in Yahoo News, and we'll get to that in a minute. But let's go to Ralph and Rantoul. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, I know that the Democrats are always going for that edgy news. I wonder if Anderson's going to be able to uncover any news that would be interesting to the gay crowd out there. His own little segment on the debate, Anderson's Pooper Scooper.
Oh, thanks for the call, Ralph. Some questions that Jesse Weinstein posed in Daily Call are kind of fun. A Blue Lives Matter movement has arisen as a result of the recent spate of cop killings. Do you believe Blue Lives Matter? And if so, will you say the phrase right now? Police lives matter.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting question. How about this? Bernie Sanders says he does not identify as a capitalist. Does anyone on stage identify as a capitalist? Please raise your hand. I like the raise your hand questions. The Republicans got one. Democrats should get one. That's kind of fun.
Do you think any of them will take a pledge not to run as a third-party candidate?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a big deal. But I would like the capitalist question. Yeah. You would see I think you would see quizzical looks on the faces of the candidates other than Sanders. They'd be like, wait, raise, lower, it'd be like half a raise, and they're lowering it at the same time. They don't know what to do.
Are they going to ask people, why are you running for president? Do you even know that you don't stand a chance in hell of winning? I mean, Lincoln Chafee, what's he going to say? I want to become president to change everything into the metric system?
Yeah, metric system or bust for him.
The metric man.
Here's another question posed by Weinstein. Some good ones here. When exactly does a fetus become a person?
The point of conception.
Does the fact that there are no... Oh, well, that would be interesting if anybody who professes to be pro-choice on that stage says that. Does the fact that no people of color are on the debate stage show the Democratic Party has a white privilege problem?
Oh, that's great. That is great.
Fun question. If someone opposes gay marriage, are they a bigot? Would you accept campaign donations from an opponent of gay marriage? Is there any circumstance where you could imagine appointing an opponent of gay marriage to your cabinet? Oh. Those are good questions. A kind of a personnel question that's embedded in a philosophical question. Well, I like this. Do you believe newspapers should publish depictions of the Muslim prophet Muhammad? If not, what is your view of the musical Book of Mormon? It's not bad. I mean, I also want to hear them tell me, for example, a substantive policy question, the Mariel boat lift in 1980, the end of Jimmy Carter's term. disaster. Didn't know who was coming into this country from Cuba. Turns out we let a bunch of drug dealers and murderers and the worst of the worst that were in Havana prisons into this country, and Castro laughed while we did it. Why is the Syrian refugee matter going to be any different than the Mariel boat lift turned out to be, which was reversed after 6 months? I'd like to hear some answers on that topic.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Forecast for your Cubs W Day, we hope. If the Cubs win, it will close the series with the St. Louis Cardinals. And for your weather forecast at game time, which is at 3:37, it's going to be windy. We're going to have mostly sunny skies, a high of 60 degrees. Then tomorrow, mostly sunny, a high of 62. Let's get the travel times and see if I-80 westbound is cleared up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy, it's still very, very slow from the Veterans Memorial Tollway, 355 to the Des Plaines River Bridge. Overnight work finally clearing out of the left lane, but it's a huge westbound delay. Outbound Eisenhower, a crash between Morgan and Racine has moved to the right shoulder. It's causing big delays coming out of downtown on Congress and on the inbound Kennedy, with that ramp to the outbound Ike just jammed. The Kennedy is an hour and 23 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. It's slow all the way. 56 minutes from Montrose, 28 in the Express. Outbound 42 minutes downtown to the airport. Edens, 29 minutes like Cook to Montrose. Outbound 25. The Eisenhower, an hour and 6 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, partly due to Gapers. Outbound, it's 42 minutes. Stevenson, 54 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 27 minutes. 95th to downtown. Tollways are all very heavy now. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Don't get stuck paying 2 mortgages or living with the frustration of a for sale sign in your yard forever. The answer is simple. Just call Saul Z and the Z team. Saul Z guarantees to sell your home at a price and deadline you agree to. If 29 days pass without a sale, Saul will buy it. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything, because if you aren't happy, Saul lets you out of the contract. He can do this because Saul spends many more times than the average realtor on marketing. For example, Ossie listed his Wicker Park Bucktown home for 140 days with another realtor. Then Saul Z sold Ossie's home in only 11 days at $41,000 over the listing price. That's the kind of difference that has Saul Z ranked among the top 250 agents in the country by the Wall Street Journal. I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell or buy a home. So go to callsaul.net, that's Saul, S-A-U-L.net, to find out what your home's worth, or call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666, and start packing.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Your product is terrific. I feel great. More energy. I've lost some weight. I can think clearer and faster. Everything that he said, Dr. Howard says it does on the program, it does, and then some. Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. Honestly, I know people always say this in testimonials, but this is the God's honest truth. I feel like a man 20 years younger.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Having a great smile to show off makes you feel good. There's no embarrassment associated with being able to flash your pearly whites whenever you want. If you'd like to feel that comfort and confidence with your smile, there's only one person who can help you. Dr. Neruzzi of Fox River Periodontics.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one, I was happy with it, so I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth. And they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they'll last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. He'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
I mentioned this Isikoff piece on Benghazi, So, speaking of Hillary emails and Benghazi, she's going to testify before the committee next week. We'll see if a question is asked about it tonight in tonight's debate. But
better be.
It should be. Of the 1,500 emails that the State Department gave Trey Gowdy's committee several weeks ago, about 500 of those were sent between Hillary and her, shadowy, lurking confidant, Sid Blumenthal. And one of those emails essentially outed a covert CIA operative who was in Libya during the height of the civil war in Libya. And this was where Blumenthal and a business partner of his, who was a former chief of the CIA's European unit, were trying to get a security contract in Libya. So you've got layers here. You've got one issue of Blumenthal lobbying the State Department for a security contract, lobbying Hillary Clinton directly. So that's going on. And number two, you've got Blumenthal apparently trafficking in classified information, the real identity of a CIA operative in Libya. Hillary Clinton forwards this email on. So listen to John Rizzo, who was on Morning Joe on MSNBC yesterday. 34-year CIA veteran John Rizzo, who is general counsel there. Listen to him describe the severity of the contents of this email and the potential outing of a covert CIA operative in Libya at the time.
Well, the most troubling thing, Willie, is the fact that that apparently there's, again, if the Gowdy version is accurate, the true name of a human CIA source being bandied about, really. As Joe knows from his days in Congress, I mean, that's the holiest of holies inside CIA, the true identity of a secret source. Even inside CIA, in emails, internal emails or cables, or even in conversations, you never talk about the true name of the source. You use a pseudonym. So, I mean, honestly, it was quite
how dangerous
stunning.
is that, going over a public server that's held in somebody's home in Chappaqua, New York?
Well, Joe, I mean, it could be literally lethal. I mean, if someone's trying to, who has access to that? Who is trying to hack into it? If this was a foreign-based source, living in Libya, let's say, I mean, you get out of the CIA source over there, you're a dead man. So, couldn't be more serious.
Lethal. So tell me again, left. Tell me again how Benghazi is just a partisan committee and there's no there, and there's nothing to investigate and there's no questions to be asked and it's all just so much political theater by Republicans. Really? Steve in Hinsdale, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, my debate question tonight would be Lincoln Chafee's haircut. Why does this guy part his hair in the middle of his head, comb it down each side? The dude looks like he came straight out of Mad Magazine, but maybe he gets his haircut at the same place as Trump, which then I would change my mind completely. Thanks. Have a great day, guys.
Well, it is like the land of misfit toys. I mean, I've never heard Lincoln Chafee's voice besides the 10-second speech he gave when he announced that he was running.
Yes,
and,
to a half-empty room at a
And Jim Webb, not really
campus.
familiar with him. Martin O'Malley, I know who he is because of the whole debacle that was going on in Baltimore.
I'm holding out hope that Jim Webb makes this a little bit interesting. He's a little bit more freewheeling. He could make it a little bit interesting tonight, but I think he's about the only one, unless Hillary throws a punch.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
With the change of season and the cooler weather comes many things added to your to-do list. Watch football, rake leaves, consume more cider donuts than needed, clean the gutters, make sure the furnace is ready for the Chicago cold. But there is one key item missing from your to-do list: scheduling your garage door and opener checkup. That's right, every other part of your home gets the care and attention that is required for proper performance, but your garage door is taken for granted. Before it's too late and you find yourself with a garage door that forgets how to open and close, schedule your garage door and opener checkup with House of Doors, 708-485-5000. That's 708-485-5000. Or online at houseofdoorsinc.com. Think about how much you rely on your garage door. Now is the time. Take care of it with House of Doors Garage Door Checkup, 708-485-5000. Online at houseofdoorsinc.com, where quality starts right at the door with an A rating from Angie's List.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship, powered by Tandem HR. Big plans for your business mean you can't do it alone. Investing in your management team is a smart investment in your future. These 5 tips from Tandem HR will take your business to the next level. 1. Find good talent and keep them. This means paying them fair and square for what they bring to your team. 2. Recognize a job well done. Sharing in success builds morale and creates a culture that appreciates hard work. 3. Teach time management. Arm your team with tools that will help them get the most out of every day. 4. Invest in training and development. Great leaders have a constant willingness to learn. 5. Lead by example. Be professional, decisive, ethical, and supportive. The leadership skills you want to see in your team should be the same skills they see in the boss. For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with me, Shalom Klein, heard Sunday evenings at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is brought to you by Everett Wealth Solutions.
AM 560, The Answer.
Are you still sore from doing the marathon Sunday?
Still sore from playing basketball on Sunday night.
Hope you feel better.
Yes, thank you.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll be joined by Erica Jeffries. She's the director of the Illinois Department of Veterans Affairs. She's going to tell us a little bit about how we can help military families in Illinois. That's at 7:37.
And then a long snap under review will explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, it is fight night in Las Vegas. Democrats holding their first nationally televised debate. Our national correspondent Joe Gomez with a preview.
Tonight is the first Democratic national debate, and there's a lot of speculation that Vice President Joe Biden may jump into the race in time to take part in it. In fact, CNN has reserved a special podium for Biden. A new Reuters poll also shows that nearly half of all Democrats wish he was in the race for president. Meanwhile, confirmed candidates like Hillary Clinton, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, and former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley are gearing up.
Are the things we are doing working to achieve a better result or not?
That's O'Malley in New Hampshire. I'm Joe Gomez.
Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump promising to live tweet during tonight's Democrat candidates debate. Dutch investigators say last year's downing of a Malaysian Airlines jet was caused by a Russian-made missile fired in eastern Ukraine.
Flight MH17 crashed as a result of the detonation of a warhead outside the aeroplane, above the left-hand side of the cockpit.
That's the conclusion announced today as part of the final report on that 15-month investigation. 2 firefighters are dead after a burning apartment building collapsed in Kansas City, Missouri.
What is good for their families to remember is that they did not die in vain. They saved 2 civilians, carried them out of the second floor on ladders before the wall collapsed.
Kansas City Fire Chief Paul Berardi says the 2 who were rescued were not hurt. Anheuser-Busch buying SAB Miller in the biggest beer deal ever, $104 billion. It means one company will brew 1/3 of the beer sold in the world. Former CPS CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett expected to plead guilty today to corruption charges in Chicago federal court. Teachers Union in McHenry approves an agreement with the district to end an 8-day strike. So, back to class for more than 2,500 students in District 156. A check of school records finds that 57 University of Illinois athletics employees, including administrators and their wives, are riding in style thanks to local auto dealers. 33 dealers are providing the cars through the Fighting Illini Wheels program. The department considers the cars donations. Chicago sports, Cubs over St. Louis 8-6. They have an NLDS lead over the Cardinals, 2-1. Mets, Blue Jays, and Royals also winners in postseason ball. And last night, Monday Night Football, Steelers beat San Diego 24-20. The news, a service of Fresh Time Market. Healthy food, healthy values. This week, tender asparagus, $1.27 a pound. Fresh salmon fillets, only $3.97 a pound. Grand opening prices, valid at all 7 Chicagoland locations. And now in Bucktown, Lincoln Park, Crystal Lake, and Naperville. FreshTime.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager explains what's wrong with liberal thinking.
So Raul Castro, the dictator, got up and he said we have to pay reparations to Cuba. This is the scenario as painted by the world's left. The problems of Cuba emanate from the American boycott, not from the totalitarian communist regime.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is the top choice of doctors and nurses nationwide and should be yours. With one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner provides an accurate temperature, stress-free. Available at Walgreens.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As your president, I will make sure that there is equal pay for women.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
With KudaSign, paperless e-signing is a no-brainer for any business that requires legally binding signatures fast. That's because KudaSign offers everything you should expect from an electronic signature solution for just $1 per month. KudaSign cuts document turnaround time as much as 90%, thanks in part to its #1 rated mobile app. And KudaSign Secure Cloud stores documents for on-demand tracking and retrieval. Get KudaSign now for just $1 per month. Go to KudaSign.com. That's CUDASIGN.com.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
7:35 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Like a crash on the outbound Eisenhower near Morgan has moved to the right shoulder, but it has made a mess of the other inbound expressways. The Kennedy just jammed all the way. It's an hour and 32 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 53 minutes from Montrose, 40 in the Express. Outbound 42 minutes to the airport. The Edens, by extension, jammed Lincoln to the junction. An hour and 3 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 29 minutes. Inbound Ike, an hour and 10 minutes Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 43 minutes. Stevenson, 58 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 45 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State jammed 111th to 87th. 75th to the Hinsdale Oasis. Cermak Toll to North Avenue. Adams Tollway delays are heavy. 59 to Beecham and Elmhurst to the Kennedy. Traffic service of Nicola by LaCroix. La Traffic by Nicola. If you trust LaCroix, Nicola is for you. A safe and innocent cola-flavored sparkling water named Nicola. 0 calorie, 0 sweetener, and 0 sodium. Totally innocent. Cola-flavored sparkling water from LaCroix. Available at Sunset Foods. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Windy and cooler. High near 60 today. 43 overnight. 50 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Let freedom ring this afternoon at 2 with Sean Hannity, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. So, Amy, I'm involved with this nonprofit called the Disabled Patriot Fund. It's Orland Park based, and they serve Illinois military families. And a couple weeks ago, we had a little event where our next guest was the featured speaker, and I was so impressed by what she had to say and so interesting that I thought, well, we need to have more people hear what she has to say because it's really important to the hundreds of thousands of veterans in Illinois and their families. She is a West Point grad. Yeah. She is a former Army aviation officer.
Platoon leader.
She was, and she has been appointed by Governor Rauner as the director of the Illinois Department of Veterans Affairs. She is Erica Jeffries, and she joins us now. Erica, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning.
Good morning. So one of the things that I was really struck by in your comments I referenced a couple weeks ago was the number of veterans in Illinois versus the number of veterans we actually know about in terms of kind of where they are and what their needs are. Could you expound on that a bit?
Sure, yeah. It is a staggering statistic, actually. Right now, we have a count of about 725,000 veterans in the state of Illinois. And the veterans that we know, when we say the veterans that we know, we mean those veterans that we are actually actively serving by filing claims, et cetera, and that we have contact information for. That number is only about 125,000. So that's a gap of about 600,000 veterans in this state that we are not currently serving that we can and should be.
Are you doing anything to try and find these veterans?
We are. We have started a couple of initiatives. I'm sure you've probably heard of the new initiative that started with the Secretary of State's office on July 1st of this year. We are now helping veterans to get the word veteran on their driver's licenses. And in doing so, many veterans have come into our offices so that they could get their discharge paperwork certified by our veteran service officers. That has helped us a great deal in helping us to get to know a lot more of the veterans that are in the state. In addition to that, we have a new program focused on community engagement that will help us to go where the veterans are. Instead of waiting for them to come to our veteran service offices around the state, we are going to begin going to events and leveraging events that are currently existing for veterans and getting our veteran service officers out there so that they could capture information and get to know the veterans across the state and help them to file claims or with any other needs that they might have.
Can you explain kind of where there's overlap or intersection between how the State Department of Veterans Affairs works versus the Veterans Affairs Department at the federal level with respect to hospitals and benefits and just serving veterans generally?
Sure. There is a great deal of overlap in some areas, although one very big distinction is between the hospitals. Federal VA handles the hospital, so you might know of Hines VA Hospital or many of the other veterans hospitals that are around the state. That is outside of the state's purview. Those are strictly federal hospitals. But there are other areas of overlap, such as the benefits. So when we file claims for a veteran, essentially our veteran service officers are just making it a little bit easier for a veteran to get the claims process with the federal VA. So while we are filing the claims at the state level, it's actually the federal VA that's paying them. So we have a really strong partnership there and work hand in hand to get veterans the benefits that they've earned.
Now, there's a lot of high number of veterans, especially Vietnam veterans, who are homeless and choose to be. I know that I volunteered for Tuesday night suppers and would run into a lot of them. And, you know, we tried to get them help, but a lot of them didn't want help. What do you do when you're presented with a case such as that?
Unfortunately, we find that quite often across the state and across the country, really. Many homeless people in general, not just homeless veterans, but many homeless people choose to live on the street. And while it's heartbreaking for us to see that, we obviously have to respect and honor their choice. That being said, our state, as well as the nation, is committed to housing all of our homeless veterans by the end of this year. And the state of Illinois is on track to do that. So we have really been reaching out to partner organizations that are doing a lot to ensure that our homeless veterans are housed. And that's in partnership with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, at the federal level. So we're working hand in hand across the city and across the state.
I know one of the issues from your comments from a couple weeks ago, one of the issues that's very personal to you is helping veterans deal with the wounds that are unseen when they come back home. And we hear a lot about the incidents of suicide. We hear about drug and alcohol abuse problems. In addition to the services that the federal VA, the VA hospitals provide, is there anything ongoing at the state level to address some of those unseen wounds that veterans suffer from as well?
Well, what we're trying to do at the state level is really partner with the federal VA. Federal VA has a great program called Vet Centers, and those centers are located across the state in various cities and counties across the state. And we have started to partner with them by putting a liaison in some of our veterans' homes to make it more accessible for veterans to come and get counseling. The vet centers provide mental health counseling for veterans and their family members as well. And that's one way that we're partnering with federal VA on getting access to mental health. In addition to that, we really are trying to augment some of the work that's being done across the state. Our particular agency doesn't provide mental health counseling, but I think our job is to make veterans aware of what's available, and in doing so, help them to get that access to the mental health care that they need. Going forward, it's definitely something that is a major priority for our department. We want to be sure that veterans have access to mental health care. There are programs that are available, but I think there's just not enough publicity around what is offered. And so that's going to be what we're focused on doing.
And you're not the only member of your family that has served, and I think this is why the latter issue we were just talking about is a bit personal, your brother.
Right, yes. My brother also served. He was an Operation Iraqi Freedom veteran.
And if you're comfortable, what his experience reassimilating into civilian life was like.
Yeah, he certainly had a difficult experience. He was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress as well as a traumatic brain injury, so he struggled a lot in his transition and continues to, as a matter of fact. And that's one thing that veterans face often. There's sort of a stigma associated with serving in some of the wars overseas that means that everyone's coming back with post-traumatic stress. That could not be further from the truth. However, those that do come back with post-traumatic stress tend to have a much more difficult time transitioning. And that's sort of what we're talking about a lot these days, is that transition, that critical point between leaving the military and starting your next chapter in civilian life. It can be rather daunting for anyone, not just someone with a post-traumatic stress diagnosis, but for anyone that is really used to being in a military environment and transitioning to something entirely different. It's something that we're trying to help veterans navigate more and more in terms of helping them to get access and benefits for education, access to employment, access to housing. All of those things are foundational for success in a transition from military to civilian life.
And can I say, where can they go, veterans who have served, to about housing? Because we know somebody who wants to get a mortgage and served for 4 years, and is there a place that she can go?
Oh, certainly. The Department of Veterans Affairs at the federal level provides veteran home loans. There are also agencies, and in fact, if you go to our website, which is illinois.gov/veterans, there are links there that can lead to information about housing. There are also several nonprofits that exist. There's also an organization called Illinois Joining Forces that is born out of the Illinois Department of Veterans Affairs, but is now a standalone nonprofit organization. And if you go to illinoisjoiningforces.org, you can literally insert in the search box there whatever you're looking for, whether it's housing, financial literacy assistance, information about children and family services, information about mental health. You can enter that into the search function on the website, and it will direct you to a whole list of nonprofit organizations that can be beneficial in those particular areas. So we are currently launching sort of a Illinois Joining Forces 2.0 the end of this year, and we're very excited about a new website that will be going up that will be even more robust, and we'll have a stronger network of providers that are there. But that's a first step for veterans to begin looking for assistance in any number of areas. Those nonprofits are vetted by our agency as well as the members of Illinois Joining Forces, and it proves to be a really helpful resource in helping veterans to find resources that they need.
We're talking to Erica Jeffries, the director of the Illinois Department of Veterans Affairs. Erica, before we let you go, just going back to that gap, 725,000 veterans in Illinois versus 125,000 who are known, who your department is assisting with benefits and the like. Is there anything that just regular Illinois residents can do to assist in this identification process so that veterans do access the benefits to which they are entitled? Anything they can do to kind of intersect or interact with your department, inviting you to events, that sort of thing? Like you said, you're being more proactive with events to search out veterans. What can regular people do?
Sure, absolutely. I would say if you know a veteran, if you have a veteran in your family, if you're working with someone who was a veteran, or you have veterans at your church or whatever it may be, if you know a veteran, you should encourage them to know your VSO. That's what I like to say. Know your veteran service officer. And that just means that if you have not talked to a veteran service officer about benefits that you've earned or that you might be eligible for, you should. And I would direct those veterans to illinois.gov/veterans, again, to enter your zip code, and you will get a list of the nearest veteran service officers to your home. And there is no better way to get information about benefits that you've earned. So many of the veterans that are across the state and really across the country know that they have earned benefits but choose not to take advantage of them. But I would encourage them to go ahead and do that, because it certainly brings a lot more economic force into the state when we can get actual financial benefits for veterans who have earned them. And if you've served, you're certainly entitled to what you're due, and we want to help you get the benefits that you've earned.
She is Erica Jeffries. She's the director of the Illinois Department of Veterans Affairs. Erica, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
It's absolutely my pleasure. My pleasure, Dan and Amy. Thanks for having me this morning.
Thank you. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, the Cubs could close the series with a Game 4 win today, and starts at 3:37 this afternoon, and we're going to have plenty of sunshine, but it will be windy, a lot cooler than yesterday, a high of 60 degrees. Then tomorrow, mostly sunny, a high again in the low 60s. Let's get the travel times. Any relief on I-80 westbound? Here's Jim Telemonte with the answer.
Amy, that's the one piece of good news. That late clearing roadwork is finally all gone. I-80 is now delay-free. Everything else pretty much is awful. Northbound I-65, jammed 49th Avenue to 8094. The crash just before the ramp blocking 2 right lanes. Inbound expressways are a mess thanks to an earlier crash on the outbound Eisenhower near Morgan. The Kennedy is an hour and 32 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 42 minutes. The Eden's an hour and 3 minutes from Lake Cook to the Kennedy. Inbound Ike, an hour and 20 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 45 minutes. Stevenson, 58 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 45 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State. Slow 115th to past 111th. Crash in the right lane. Then Southwest Highway to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Cermak toll to North Avenue. The other tollways very heavy as well. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Got a great night's sleep last night, all thanks to a Cubs win and a pillow from MyPillow. It conforms to your neck and back. It helps if you have snoring problems, if you have headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies. MyPillow is washable and it keeps its shape to give you the support where you need it most. American made, the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. And right now you can buy one and get one free. Yes, give one as a gift and keep one for yourself. Giving the gift of a great night's sleep is a wonderful idea. So go to mypillow.com, type Amy in the promo code, 2 pillows for the price of one, or you could call this number 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
You own a European auto and you love it. Style and performance, it's not a car. You own a special engineering work of art. I know, because I own one too. This is Dan Proft for Midwest Performance Cars. Through the month of October, Midwest Performance Cars will do a $39 winter prep inspection on your European car. A $39 winter prep inspection. And they'll top off all your fluids. That's a $125 value for just $39. Through October only. Drop off your European car, and they'll give you transportation to work. Call them at 312-432-9492. That's 312-432-9492. They know your car and love it as much as you do. Midwest Performance Cars specializes in repairs and maintenance of European autos, including Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, and Land Rover. How good are they? Go ahead, read the Google and Yelp reviews. Located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. MidwestPerformanceCars.com, the dealer alternative and expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I really started it from an advertisement, more for my husband than for me, but I decided we should both take it, and I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, that's a wonderful success story.
I know.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Amy, these are just very confusing times. On the one hand, we have kind of licentiousness and anything goes. And on the other hand, we have zero tolerance at schools. Just very hard to keep track of. To wit this story, Garrett Moore is a quarterback on the West Salem High School. This is in Oregon. The West Salem High School freshman football team suspended 3 games for inappropriately touching another player while taking snaps under center in practice. The player he was allegedly inappropriately touching is the center.
You're supposed to touch the center.
Yes. He's a third stringer. This is Garrett Moore, the young man suspended. Just picked up the game over the summer, was told by the center he wasn't receiving the snap properly. And, if you've ever played football, the coach tells you, and I was like backup quarterback too for a little while.
How'd that go?
It wasn't bad.
It wasn't good.
Then I chose. I'd rather play
Oh,
football.
you chose to quit to concentrate on your studies?
No, I played golf instead.
Ah.
But now golf has become a lifelong affliction. I wish I would have just played football and left it behind in high school. But the coach tells you, get your hands up there,
Right.
take the ball. Okay, so
he took the ball.
So the center told me he wasn't receiving it properly. This is Garrett Moore. He wanted me to go way up there, and it felt very uncomfortable. I was like moving my hands, and I touched him, and he started laughing. I guess I tickled him. I didn't mean to. That's kind of weird. 4 days after that practice, he gets whistled into the assistant principal's office, and he gets suspended 3 games for inappropriately touching the center.
This sounds a lot like an alderman.
You have to be a good neighbor. Otherwise, I'm going to be up your butt every day.
He didn't get suspended. Garrett's mother told this newspaper the suspension is absurd, which it is, and she plans to appeal. I mean, it's one thing if you're not on the football team, then it's okay. But
Right,
if you're
but-
actually on the football team,
And it's supervised. I mean, you're not doing anything wrong. It's just trial and error, right?
and now what is he going to be like on the
registered
sexual
sex offender.
Yeah, registered. I mean, this is just so stupid.
And I don't like nobody touching my stuff. So just keep your meat hooks off. If I catch any of you guys in my stuff, I'll kill you.
Lighten up, Francis.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You've invested your heart and soul into your business, and the way you conduct yourself can have long-term effects on its success. The same goes for your business insurance. Your policy's coverage and reaction time when you have a loss can also have long-term effects on your business's success. Knowing the right amount of coverage and how to manage risk is what Heil & Heil Insurance Agency does best. At Heil & Heil, they provide you with a specialized commercial agent who can work with your business to keep it successful while minimizing risk. Let Heil & Heil find the best ways to protect it and reinvest the savings back into it. Call Heil & Heil Insurance today at 847-866-7400 for a free comprehensive evaluation of your business insurance. That's 847-866-7400 or visit them online, heilandheil.com.
Make sure your business is in the best position to succeed. Call Heil & Heil Insurance today, 847-866-7400, or visit heilandheil.com.
Can you recognize the signs of structural foundation problems? Many homeowners are experiencing the symptoms of foundation issues. Have you noticed doors or windows that no longer shut properly? Are there new cracks in your drywall or exterior brickwork? Are your floors uneven? These indicators can be a sign of damage to your home's foundation. Why fix the problem? Well, because it will only get worse, and the longer you wait, the more costly it will be. Why choose Permaseal? Because it's free. That's right, the inspection is free. Their consultants have been trained and certified by the manufacturer to evaluate your foundation and offer you a permanent, customized solution absolutely free of charge. For over 36 years now, Permaseal's mission has been to provide you with superior customer experience at the greatest value. So call Permaseal today at 800-421-SEAL. When the work is done, you'll have a transferable warranty and the peace of mind you deserve. That number again, 800-421-SEAL, or visit permaseal.net, truly known for being better.
And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
CEO pay is far higher than it was 40 years ago. But is this rising pay deserved? Not according to the critics of inequality. They tell us that no business leader is worth 100 times the lowest paid employee. But the question is, who has the right to decide what constitutes fair pay? The answer is the people cutting the check, the company's owners. The reason shareholders pay CEOs so much is because CEOs matter. The wrong CEO can sink a company. The right CEO can raise a company to great heights. What the inequality critics object to is not that CEOs are getting paid more than they're worth. What they object to is high pay as such. For more, see my forthcoming book with Don Watkins and listen to my show from the Ayn Rand Institute I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. There's hardly any peace in the Middle East this morning. Those are protests in the West Bank as Israeli soldiers clash with Palestinians in Gaza right after more deadly stabbings and shootings in Jerusalem, where Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher is live.
Dave, a pair of Palestinian men boarded a bus and began shooting and stabbing passengers. Another Palestinian assailant rammed his car into a bus station and then jumped out and began stabbing bystanders. At least 3 Israelis were killed in the attacks. Meanwhile, the Israeli military is using riot dispersal means against hundreds of Palestinians who have gathered near the Israeli border in Gaza and are throwing stones and burning tires. At least 27 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli security forces, and at least 7 Israelis have been killed by Palestinians since the violence began a month ago. Dave?
Jessica, it was shot down. A new report is out this morning on the Malaysian plane blown out of the sky in Ukraine last year, saying all 298 passengers died almost instantly. Fox News Radio's Simon Owens live in our European bureau.
Dave, the Dutch Safety Board concluding that a missile exploded close to the plane's cockpit and that it was fired from territory controlled by pro-Russian rebels. But the Safety Board chairman, Chiba Justrup, saying not everyone accepts the findings.
The Russian Federation states that it is not possible to determine the type of warhead and the type of missile with certainty.
Russia and Ukraine blame each other for the crash. Today's report also questioning why Ukraine hadn't closed its airspace as a precaution. Dave?
Simon, they're mourning 2 dead firefighters in Kansas City killed last night when a roof collapsed on a burning building.
2 Mayday calls were received from the collapsed area indicating firefighters in urgent distress.
Fire Chief Paul Berardi, the 2 killed, had just saved 2 people trapped inside. The brewer that owns Budweiser wants to live the high life. InBev is planning to buy SAB Miller. It's a $104 billion deal. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunshine, 50 degrees. 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Former CPS CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett expected to plead guilty today to corruption charges in a Chicago federal courtroom. That after being indicted last week on charges of mail and wire fraud. A teachers union in McHenry approves an agreement with the district ending an 8-day strike, and more than 2,500 students will return to class in District 156 this morning. Cubs 1 win away from the NLCS, setting a postseason record 6 home runs, belting their way to an 8-6 victory over the Cardinals, making a winner out of Jake Arrieta.
Had the ability to get to this point. Now we're 1 win away from the the championship series. So our guys are going to be ready, and tonight was just a little example of what we're capable of.
Cubs hold a 2-1 series advantage. A Palatine-based school district is accused of discrimination after denying a transgendered student's request for access to a girls' locker room. The district could lose $6 million in federal funding if no compromise is reached. It could be unveiled this week if there will be a plea deal in the case involving former U.S. House Speaker Dennis Hastert. Chicago sports. Told you about the Cubs, Mets, Blue Jays, and Royals also winners in postseason baseball. New Orleans topped the Bulls in NBA preseason action. Monday Night Football, Steelers steal one from San Diego, 24-20. The news is a service of RCN Entertainment Redefined. Get RCN's award-winning mega-fast 155 internet. Plus, watch TV anywhere with RCN to go. All is for as low as $55.94 per month. It's mega-fastastic. RCN Entertainment Redefined. 800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Carol Zimmer.
From the Fox Business Network, Apple has passed a test with the U.S. Justice Department. Regulators say the company doesn't need an e-book antitrust monitor anymore. Apple had been found liable for conspiring to raise e-book prices. Anheuser-Busch had to ask 5 times, but it looks like the world's largest brewer has a deal. SAB Miller has accepted its takeover proposal worth more than $104 billion. Volkswagen has announced it's cutting costs. The automaker, which is in the midst of a diesel emissions cheating scandal, plans to spend $1 billion less at its main passenger car brand a year. And if you work at a small company, this is good news for you. In a survey by the National Federation of Independent Business, 23% of small companies said they recently boosted pay for their workers, and they expect wages to grow faster in the coming months. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Carol Zimmer.
8:05 in Chicago. A check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
John Hannity doesn't believe Hillary's new persona.
She's going to make a concerted effort on the campaign trail now to be funny, to be warm, to be transparent.
Just because she says it doesn't make it true.
She's not funny, she's not a warm person, and she's not somebody that has a lot of fidelity to the truth. I mean, it's the exact opposite.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
True or false? Huntington Learning Center franchise owners earn revenues 61% higher than their closest competitor.
True!
True or false? You can start a Huntington franchise for under $100,000.
True!
True or false? Huntington is a respected national tutoring and test prep leader with almost 4 decades of proven results.
True!
It's true. Opening a Huntington Learning Center franchise is the perfect opportunity to run a business that's both personally and financially rewarding. No previous educational experience required. Our model is simple. We provide you with our winning formula for student success, in-house financing, and ongoing support. You help students from K through 12 achieve outstanding academic results. And in turn, you score phenomenal financial returns. If you're passionate about making a difference and dream of owning a successful business, call 855-823-0000 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com to join the nation's top earning tutoring and test prep franchise. That's 855-823-0000.
It's 8:06, time to check the roads. ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound I-65 has heavy delays from 49th Avenue to 8094. There's crash blocking 2 right lanes. Eden's inbound, an hour and 3 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. It's jammed Lincoln Avenue to the junction. Outbound 29 minutes to Kennedy. An hour and 24 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 46 minutes from Montrose. 27 on the Express. Outbound 42 minutes to O'Hare. The Eisenhower. An hour and 20 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. 56 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 43 to Thorndale. Stevenson 58 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 44. Ryan 45 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State. It is slow going from Cicero most of the way to 95th. The crash, then from 83rd to 47th, Cermak to North Avenue. Seeing southbound delays to the north from around 21 to 120. There's a crash on eastbound 120 at O'Plain. The other tollways are heavy too. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A windy day today with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Clouds and sun throughout the day with a high of 60. Then a mainly clear night tonight with a low 43. Tomorrow, a mostly sunny day, high of 62 and a low 45. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
51 at O'Hare, 52 along the lake. Winds out of the northwest at 14. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Very short lead at first base. And Bryant sends one in the air. Way back left field. Goodbye. 2-run home run.
It was a night of undeniable emotion, the highs and the lows.
a battle among rivals, and the Cubs come out on top.
This team is really special, and I think they're going to close it out tomorrow.
What about the Democrat debate? It's going to be coming up on another network.
Yes.
There is no Donald Trump in that debate. Do you have a forecast of their kind of ratings?
I don't think they'll do great. I mean, I think people are going to turn it on for a couple of minutes and then fall asleep.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, the Cubs hit, 6 homers last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to need to hit about 12 today with Jason Hamill on the mound. So I hope you enjoy the game.
They broke a postseason home run record yesterday.
They're going to need to break it again with Jason Hamill on the mound.
Okay, today's the day. I can feel
John
it.
Lackey?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. Just a little side note.
Wow. Wow. Rawr.
Yeah, that's right.
Right back at you. Rawr.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
I
guess I'll take my white wind towel and drape it right over your computer.
Rawr. After 3 hours plus now of unbridled Cubs enthusiasm, I'm getting a little ornery. What can I tell you?
Boo this man!
Yeah, I can take it.
I wonder if there'll be any booing on the stage tonight during the first Democratic debate.
Maybe Marty O'Malley will sing a little ditty.
Yeah, I guess he's the front man for, what's his Celtic group?
March.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he'll be on a street corner in about 3 months. For more substantive remarks on what to expect from the debate tonight, if you can stay awake, per Donald Trump's prediction, we're now joined by Tim Carney, who's a senior political columnist at the Washington Examiner. Tim, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
So, Hillary Clinton, about as popular as Lyme disease, according to recent polling. She's upside down in Ohio. She's upside down among registered voters. Her only firewall, it seems, in terms of positive favorability ratings, is among African-American voters and Hispanic voters. Is it possible for Bernie Sanders, and should this be his focus, to try and break through that firewall tonight?
Well, so Sanders, when you see a guy like that running, on some level, they kind of think they can be elected president, but they're also trying to sort of pull the party in a certain direction. So his goal will be to pull Hillary, or if there's some other eventual nominee, to the left. And so does he have to reach out to those populations? Yes, he does, because to get credibility among most of the Democratic base, you have to do pretty well among those populations. And if he's going to go out there and he's going to talk more seriously about issues of poverty, well, that obviously affects minority populations more than white populations. So that if he can use that as a way to reach out to minority populations and pull Hillary to the left, he'll be accomplishing a lot of the reason why he's running for president.
Do you expect that we're going to learn anything tonight about the candidates and about the 3 others that we don't know too much about?
Well, I want to say, you guys played that Donald Trump clip. Donald Trump has had mixed success in real estate, a lot of bankruptcies. He might fade away politically, but he's actually always right as a political commentator, and he's usually insightful, and I think he's exactly right in this case. I mean, honestly, he could take my job instantly as far as the punditry goes, and I think it's going to be a snoozer. I think people will learn things because a lot of people don't realize that Lincoln Chafee exists or that Jim Webb exists.
And they're going to wish Lincoln Chafee didn't after hearing from him.
Well, I don't know if he's going to go hard on the metric system, which seems to be the center of his campaign so far. But then Martin O'Malley. The thing about O'Malley is that he is a perfectly passable candidate, and he is so low in the polls because nobody knows about him outside of my home state here in Maryland, and here we're already starting to forget about it. So if there's somebody who could do kind of well, it would be O'Malley. If he goes up there, he's smart, he can speak well, he can be funny, and he'll do well just because nobody's heard of him before, and he'll come across as likable. Jim Webb and Lincoln Chafee, I don't think of as compelling personalities, though.
If you were Gloria Vanderbilt's son or Don Lemon, what question would you ask?
So I would ask Hillary Clinton, is there any reason to set up your own private email server and scrub it clean unless you're trying to hide something? I think that's the key question there, not what was classified, what wasn't. But it was pretty obvious that she was trying to hide something. And then as far as questions that the Democratic base would care about, they want to know, are you going to expand Medicare or Medicaid to include almost everybody? Are you going to lift the cap on Social Security tax? That's something that really gets a lot of liberal voters excited, is taxing rich rich people more.
Sure.
I think those would be two good things. But foreign policy is where the Democratic Party is completely lost. And if I were on that stage, that's what I would say. What should we do in Syria? What should we do about ISIS? And try to get specific answers from that. What should we do about Putin playing in Syria with ISIS? Those are all questions where the Democratic Party is lost, where they'll have to criticize their president probably, and that would be enlightening for the voters.
Tim, do you expect any infighting to occur? I know that Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders have said publicly that they're not going to attack each other, but this is a debate, and isn't that what a debate is about?
Yes, so I think that Sanders generally is going to avoid being personal, but I don't see O'Malley doing that. I think O'Malley knows he has to make attacks in order to gain in the polls, so I think you'll see him. He probably even has attacks ready for Bernie Sanders, but especially for Hillary, whether it's on this sort of trustworthiness issue. He looks out, and if you're a politician, you see that's her number one weakness. People think she's up to something. People think she's scammy. He has to exploit that and say, that can't be our nominee and that can't be our president, and I think you could see that from O'Malley. I would not be surprised if O'Malley makes fireworks with some attacks, and that really gets him some attention tonight.
And so, I mean, in terms of trustworthiness in this more narrow universe of Democrat primary voters, and again, those minority voters that still view Hillary favorably, what's the best way for O'Malley or anyone else to go at her? Is it, comparing Hillary Clinton in 2008 or even 2012 versus the Hillary Clinton today, all of the flip-flops and the pandering on the range of issues, or is there another better way to expose her?
I think you're right with the Democratic voters that she simply will say anything to get elected. Everybody believes that about Hillary. You can't trust what she says. So for conservative Republican voters, that means one thing. On the left, I think it means, she says now she's against this free trade agreement, but earlier she was for it. Which time was she lying? She says she's going to advance these policies that will crack down on, corporate abuses, but look at all her corporate donors. What's she telling them behind closed doors? I think that trustworthiness, will say anything to get elected thing, can really be used to exploit a kind of a liberal distrust of Hillary, and I think it would be a fair attack too.
Well, and one of the stories that may turn out to be the biggest story of this debate, it has nothing to do with the debate, it's the fact that the DNC vice chairwoman, Tulsi Gabbard, a Democrat, a rep from Hawaii, a combat veteran, she has been disinvited from the debate because she called for more debates. Is this the DNC under DWS trying to close ranks here and go through the process, but really try and prevent any more damage being done to Hillary?
I think that's exactly right. Every debate after this is going to be on a Saturday. And most of them during college football season. And so this is, they probably picked when Iowa and New Hampshire, I guess New Hampshire might not have football, but when Iowa has and South Carolina have big games. And so the Democratic Party has set it up to basically have near zero debates. And this is obviously to the advantage of Hillary Clinton and Tulsi Gabbard without even attacking the party, just sort of said this is not the way to do it, and is getting punished for it. And so it's a Democratic Party these days is so different from the Republican Party. In the Republican Party, everything is sort of open warfare and argument and disagreement. And in the Democratic Party, it's kind of like, a European state with no free speech and strict rules that everybody follows and no open debate. And so it's really interesting to see that contrast. And Tulsi Gabbard had the gall to have her own opinion. And that's not allowed in today's Democratic Party.
Now, after both GOP debates, family members came up on stage and hugged their loved ones. Is Chelsea going to be there today to give Hillary support?
I would think so. I mean, they are both much more popular than Hillary, so the more that people can get them on stage, more that Hillary can get them on stage, the better off she'll do. I mean, people they forget about the things they disliked about Bill Clinton, and they transfer some of those onto Hillary, and they remember what they liked about Clinton. He's just a avuncular guy. You'd love to have him at your party. Chelsea seems like a successful woman, and so the more that Hillary can sort of be there, her mom and his wife, the better for her.
Well, I think the end of the debate, rather than having the families up on stage, it's so prosaic, should be something more consistent with the field, like have all of those senior citizens descend into a pool to the alien cocoons. Don't you think that would be more appropriate?
Or just have everybody all the special interests that are behind Hillary all line up and hand her a check afterwards.
There you go. All right, Tim Carney, senior political columnist at the Washington Examiner. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine for Game 4 of the NLDS. Game time, 3:37. The temperature will be around 60 degrees. It will be windy. A few high clouds, but no big deal.
Nice weather for a boys' soccer game.
Oh, my God, stop. And then tomorrow, don't rub it in. I'm still debating. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, a high, of course, in the low 60s. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. In northwest Indiana, for delays on eastbound 94 from State Road 49 to before the LaPorte County line. Earlier truck fire has the right lane blocked. Northbound I-65 is jammed, 49th Avenue to 8094 with a crash. Inbound Kennedy Expressway. The travel time, O'Hare to downtown, an hour and 24 minutes. Express lanes will save about 15. Outbound, it's 36 minutes. The Edens, 59 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 31. The Eisenhower, an hour 20. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 43 minutes. The Stevenson, 58 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 47, crash at Central on the right side. The Ryan is 45 minutes, 95th to downtown. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. Well, if that sounds like you every day, you are not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. They use the plant stem cell from a Swiss apple. I've used it for 3 months now. I love it. My sister, her skin is absolutely glowing. So you should try it. And with its instant effects, which is a separate product, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. They guarantee it. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about anything. Our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding. American Embroidery and Screen Printing is a brick-and-mortar business located in Glendale Heights. Our equipment and manufacturing processes are state-of-the-art, so are the people who work here. With over 40 years' experience, we have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time. I want to earn your business, so for a limited time, we're offering free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. Let us help you gear up for that big trade show, provide shirts or jackets for all your employees, students, or church members, or simply provide you with giveaway items such as coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it. It's easy to contact us, trustinamerican.com. That's trustinamerican.com, or call at 630-766-2825.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I will tell you one thing, and he's sick all winter. He wasn't sick at all this winter, not one time.
I've taken vitamins my whole life, and this is really the only thing that I've ever really felt like that did anything.
That's why I kept coming down with the flu. And she said, double them, triple them. And that's what I did since then, and I haven't had the flu. Because I know it works.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, text from the Amish texter. Did you see where PBS was hawking their coverage of the Democrat debate as Antiques Roadshow Las Vegas? That's good.
Oh, I love that. When the debate's over, we can take him back for some Jell-O. Bring him to the home. Come here, Sonny.
There
Come
you
over
go.
here.
There you go. Well, let's get the front runners on the other side. Trump and Carson both are not backing down, both speaking. Carson gave an interview to The Hill in which he said, "I want people to see me as an honest person, a person who's actually willing to express what they believe. The way I look at it, if people don't like that, I'd rather not be in office. I don't want to be in office under false pretenses, just saying things people want to hear so I can get elected." Well, that certainly distinguishes him from Hillary Clinton. And here's Ben Carson going after the media, not just for Donald Trump anymore.
I mean, the good thing is that a lot of the people in America are on to them and understand what they're trying to do. And that's one of the reasons we're doing well. And it seems like the more they attack me, the better we do, because people expect that, you know?
I'm clapping along with that as well. Donald Trump still drawing big crowds. I mean, he had 10,000 in Norcross, Georgia over the weekend. He had a full house at his New Hampshire town hall.
And his Las Vegas rally, too.
Yeah, he's still packing them in. And
did I tell you my Aunt Linda was there at the Vegas rally? She absolutely loved it.
Big Trump fan.
Oh, huge Trump fan.
Huge.
I said, did you learn anything? She just said he's going to do it. Well, what's he going to do? He's going to do everything he says he's going to do.
He's going to make America great again.
Yeah, because his hat says so.
Well,
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so disrespectful.
At the New Hampshire forum, little town hall that he had, there was one kind of angry young woman.
I say agitated rather than angry.
Her follow-up question where she ended it like this with her arms akimbo on her hip was a little much for me, but that's okay.
Agitation.
So she put it to Trump, questioning whether or not he cherishes women as much as he says he does. Listen to this.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can prove me wrong, but I don't think that you're a friend to women.
I knew I shouldn't have picked her. All right, so let me give you that answer right now.
Not a question.
I respect women incredibly. I have had women working for me in positions that they've never worked in terms of construction, in terms of so many different jobs. I had a woman who was in charge of the building of Trump Tower many years ago, before anybody would have even thought of it, and did a fantastic job. I have given women more opportunity than I would say virtually anybody in the construction industry. I have a daughter named Ivanka and a wife named Melania who constantly want me to talk about women's health issues because they know how I feel about it, and they know how I feel about women. I respect women. I love women. I cherish women. You know, Hillary Clinton said he shouldn't cherish. Well, I said, I do cherish. I cherish women. My mother was one of the great people of the world, maybe the greatest ever, my mother. I respect women, and I'm going to take care of women.
Yeah, and he's going to take care of women, too.
So
oppressive. You got that going for you, women folk. But that wasn't really a question. That was just a Trump filibuster to the opening statement that this young woman made. Then she followed up with an actual question to which Trump responded. Listen to this, rather anodyne question, but Trump's response.
Is it on? Okay. I want to get paid the same as a man, and I think you understand that. So if you become president, will a woman make the same as a man, and do I get to choose what I do with my body?
You're going to make the same if you do as good a job.
The correct answer is you do now. That's a lie. I'm on your side. You're not, as Milton Friedman finally famously said in a real formulation on the topic. But was he at a Trump town hall or a Sanders town hall? What was all the applauding for going after Trump and that kind of line of questioning?
They're just not even listening to what he says. They just start cheering once he moves his mouth. I mean, he's like their God. He's their answer. This is it, Dan. He's their guy.
Here's our answer. He's Sean from Elmwood Park, our guy.
Yeah, the choice you do with your body comes when you still have your clothes on. I don't know how that somehow translates into the murder of an innocent baby, but I had a question about this 50 Shades of Communism charade that's going to take place tonight. I just want to know, is the word debt, is the phrase unalienable rights of the individual, are these going to be some of the topics that we discussed tonight, because I am still perplexed on how you can sell the idea of socialism in this country when you have the unmitigated failure of the reality we're living in wherever it rears its ugly head. I am so offended that Bernie Sanders gets to partake in this debate. It is absolutely beyond me. It is so un-American to me. And I'm curious to know about voter fraud. Are we going to talk about voter fraud in this debate? Why are all of these aliens registering with driver's license in these sanctuary cities where you had mayors decide we're not going to abide by federal law? Can we nullify any other federal law?
Thanks, Sean. And Governor Jerry Brown formalized that. So to Sean's point about immigration, illegal immigration more generally, it'd be interesting to see if it does come up tonight.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, if you need to sell your home in Chicagoland, Sean Hannity here with some very important facts that you need to know. 40% of homes hitting the market in Chicago are not selling. Now, those are horrible odds. That's exactly why you need to call Saul Z and the Z team at Keller Williams, based right here in Chicagoland. Saul sells a home on average every 24 hours and attracts hundreds of buyers every month locally, nationally, and internationally. Recently, the Wall Street Journal ranked Saul's team in the top 110 teams out of 1.2 million agents in the U.S. Saul Z guarantees to sell your home in 29 days at a price and deadline that you agreed to, or he will buy your home or he'll sell it for free. Plus, working with Saul is also risk-free. After 24 hours, if he's not doing his job, you can walk away free and clear. Don't worry, you won't. Just call the agent I would call if I needed to sell my home and lived in Chicagoland. Call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666. Or go online at callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. Turnkey IT takes care of your technology and has a plan that fits your company's IT budget and network needs. Interested in moving some or all of your business to the cloud? Turnkey IT can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Need someone to call when you can't print, have a lost file, or need tech support? Turnkey IT's got you covered. Offsite backup? Check. On-site support? Check. Help desk support? Check. Turnkey IT staff is professional, friendly, punctual, and will solve all of your technical problems immediately or even after normal business hours, all for a fixed monthly rate. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, a local school district disses a transgender student, and now they may be out millions of dollars. We'll explain.
And will she or won't she? Should Amy go to the Cubs game or her son's soccer match?
Moral conundrums. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
51 clouds and sunshine this morning. All eyes on Democratic frontrunner Hillary Clinton at the first Democratic presidential debate tonight. The former Secretary of State center stage in Las Vegas. To her sides, Bernie Sanders and Lincoln Chafee. Yesterday, Clinton spent time taunting Donald Trump in the shadow of his Vegas hotel.
Now, some people think Mr. Trump is entertaining, but I don't think it's entertaining when somebody insults immigrants, insults women. Right. That is just unacceptable behavior.
Dutch investigators say last year's downing of a Malaysian Airlines jet was caused by a Russian-made missile fired from eastern Ukraine.
Flight MH17 crashed as a result of the detonation of a warhead outside the aeroplane, above the left-hand side of the cockpit.
Nearly 300 died when the Boeing 777 went down in rebel-controlled Ukrainian territory. Iran's parliament signing off on the nuclear agreement with 6 world powers, including the U.S. 2 firefighters are dead after a burning apartment building collapses in Kansas City, Missouri.
What is good for their families to remember is that they did not die in vain. They saved 2 civilians, carried them out of the second floor on ladders before the wall collapsed.
Kansas City Fire Chief Paul Berardi says the 2 who were rescued were not hurt. Former CPS CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett expected to plead guilty today to corruption charges in a Chicago federal courtroom. Cubs 1 win away from the NLCS. They set a postseason record belting 6 home runs in their 8-6 victory over the Cardinals last night at Wrigley Field. Mets, Blue Jays, and Royals also winners in postseason baseball last night. Bobby Portis led the Bulls with 20 in a loss to New Orleans in the preseason, 123-115. The news, a service of Nicola by LaCroix. If you trust LaCroix, Nicola is for you. A safe and innocent cola. It's a cola-flavored sparkling water named Nicola. 0 calories, 0 sweetener, 0 sodium, totally innocent. Cola-flavored sparkling water from LaCroix, available at Mariano's. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher is tired of the gun control rhetoric.
If Chris had not been able to get a hold of 13 guns, it wouldn't have happened.
Empty rhetoric. And my heart goes out to this father and the mother because their son will forever be known as the monster who killed innocent people. Stop blaming the gun, the inanimate object, for the evilness of the creature.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
At GoDaddy, a domain name is the beginning of something awesome. Use it to create a website to promote your business. Open an online store to sell your products. Start a blog. Build your brand. You can even connect your domain to your LinkedIn or Facebook page. And GoDaddy customer support is always ready to help. What will you do with your domain name? Get a .com domain name for only $2.99 for the first year. Right now at GoDaddy.com. 2-year purchase required. Second year is $14.99.
It's the Yellow Tag event, and now is the time to find your ultimate adventure. Whether it's a Can-Am ATV, side-by-side, Can-Am Spyder, or Ski-Doo snowmobile, you can turn up the excitement for any season with our industry-leading performance and technology. Hurry in by October 31st and save up to $3,000 on select 2015 models and get up to a 3-year warranty.
Visit Jim Potts Motor Group in Woodstock or online at jimpottsmotorgroup.com.
Restrictions may apply. See your dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
It is 8:36. Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens Expressway is jammed from Toohey to the junction. It is 59 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 31. The Kennedy, an hour and 10 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 36 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 20 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, a full hour from Manheim. Outbound 43 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 2 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it is about 45 minutes. There's slow traffic Damon to Cicero. On the Ryan, 45 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive delays southbound Hollywood to North Avenue, northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson and from Bryn Mawr to Hollywood. Tri-State southbound are heavy delays from 21 to 137 and before Atkinson to Duffy with roadwork in the right lane. Northbound jammed Cicero to 111th, Plainfield Road to North Avenue, eastbound Adams to Alwaysville, Beverly to Bartlett, Barrington Road to Meacham, and Toohey to Lee. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. And your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Windy and cooler today. Sun and clouds mixed, highs 60 and a low of 43 overnight. 52 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. So in Philadelphia, gender-neutral bathrooms are becoming the law. Philadelphia removing gender distinctions from single-occupancy public bathrooms. So no more men or women. Right, because that's inherently discriminatory, and businesses have 90 days to make the changes or face fines up to $2,000.
Oh,
there you go. So that's one.
Oh, really? Well, here in Illinois, we win one for us. Illinois' largest school district, District 211. They refuse.
No, wait. That's larger than CPS?
Well, it's one of the largest, Illinois' largest school districts.
I think the Tribune has it wrong. But
okay.
What else is
Well.
new?
All right. Well, it's Palatine-based Township High School in Schaumburg School District 211, and a student there who is a male, but has been identifying as a female for years now, wants to receive full access to the girls' locker room. Citing, privacy concern, though, the district has denied that. So the ACLU got involved, calling it blatant discrimination that they don't let this transgender student shower with all the girls, change with all the girls. Shim feels, that he's been stigmatized, or she's been stigmatized because she can't, she plays sports, Dan, and she wants to shower in the same locker room as her friends and classmates.
Does he still have a Y chromosome?
Well,
as far as you know?
As far as I know, he is still a man, but identifies as a woman.
Right, so it's a him because he has a Y chromosome. And so this is interesting, too, because he is playing girls' sports. Because if you don't allow men to play girls' sports, that's discriminatory, too. Okay. The district has tried to make an accommodation. One of the accommodations was initially proposed by school officials and the Board of Ed was to find a separate space to use the locker room, a separate space to shower.
Yeah, they even made a stall where she can shower separately, and then a private changing room in the women's locker room, connected to the women's locker room. Well, she will have privacy.
And he.
Okay.
Transgender students are also, including him, also given the use of the locker room of the sex from which they transitioned, said a district spokesman. So, I mean, the superintendent here, Cates, and this administration, I mean, they're hardly a profile in courage, but they are trying to make an accommodation, but that's not good enough because all distinctions must be eliminated. So would you be comfortable having a man shower with your high school age daughter? Because that's what we're talking about here.
312-642-5600. As somebody who used the girls' locker room repeatedly because I played a number of organized sports, I don't think I'd feel too comfortable with that. I mean...
Why not? Well, why do you... I mean, that's
I'm not... Is this blatant discrimination on my point?
That's a hate crime.
No, well, you're going through the change and you just, it's...
Wait, what change? According to the story...
your body is going through changes personally,
sure,
and you don't want...
Right.
That's a time when you're very, you're humble, you're shy, you just don't want to...
Yeah.
Conservative, you just want to keep to yourself and not see somebody else's body parts.
Well, I mean, that's your hang-up. I mean, you know what? That's transgender phobia or something.
That's right.
I don't know. We're making up stuff, so why don't we just make up conditions? Not conditions to the actual person who is suffering from a mental illness, but from everybody else who has a mental illness. In addition to that, you have one parent is sort of saying something intelligent here, which is always nice. Mike Cannon, who's quoted in the Tribune piece, said, the solution District 211 came up with seems reasonable to me. If someone wants to be a transgender person, I think giving them a private place to change would be a reasonable solution. To make special arrangements to fit into the general population is almost abusing the rights of others. So, says the federal government and the ACLU and, everybody else.
Yeah, the Board of Education. Here's Superintendent Daniel Cates.
This matter is not about a single student. This matter is about whether the federal government and the Office of Civil Rights and the Federal Department of Education shall dictate upon local school districts policies and practices, essentially usurping the authority of local school boards.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Well, since they don't comply, they could be losing out on $6 million in federal funding.
Yeah, and I would say...
Because of one student.
And I would say, take your blood money back, federal government.
$6 million, Dan? That's,
somebody has to make a stand at some point to this insanity. So, maybe the families in District 211 will be those people who make a stand. Take your blood money back if this is what it's going to be. We're not going to draw lines. Why? So should somebody who believes they're a female, a male who believes they're a female, why do we have girls and boys sports? Isn't that discriminatory?
It's going to come to that, too.
Yeah. Why? This is also terrible.
They have female sports so that we can make the team.
And so, no,
it's true. I'm not.
And so we've seen this. We've seen this at the University of Toronto. We talked about this story last week, where they suspended this kind of policy because you had heterosexual boys playing pretend so they could spy on heterosexual girls because, young boys like to see young girls shower. Is that news to anyone? Is that revelatory to the federal government or the ACLU for that matter?
Litigation is coming, and that's true.
Ted and Joliet.
Good morning. I work with a couple Muslim men, and they would go crazy if somebody saw their daughter's hair. I don't think that boy would make 2 steps out of that school. And in that case, if he's looking at him taking a shower.
Thanks for the call, Ted. Mark in LaGrange.
Hi, good morning. It's probably a bad call. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I mean, what the heck happened to our country? What happened to us? How did we get like this? How did we let this happen? I mean, how? How did it really get to this kind of a sick, disgusting, rotten, ridiculous level? I'm just blown away. I'm crushed as an American. I mean, even if I wasn't an American, just on a global point of view, I'm crushed. I mean, this is crazy.
Thanks for the call, Mark.
The school district has spent money, too, to accommodate this student with the separate shower and the separate changing room, but that's not good enough.
Yeah.
So now they stand to lose $6 million in federal funding, and it sounds like they're going to move on. I mean, they don't.
We have this is the result. How did this happen? Mark's question. It's the result of sentimental barbarism. This is barbaric. That's what this is. And you have adults completely abdicating their role as responsible parties. It is sick. Mark is absolutely right. Emily on the west side.
Hi. I also want to raise the issue of Muslim women, Muslim girls, actually, and Orthodox Jewish girls, for that matter, who, from their religion, cannot be showering with men.
Yeah.
And it's discrimination against that. What about their civil rights? What about their, it's crazy. It absolutely makes no sense. What are you going to do about them? Do they have to have their own separate private showers?
Thanks for the call, Emily. Well, you can't have, this is the point. You'd be one thing if everybody's a victim of discrimination and everybody gets their little private space, but you can't even do that because the force is, no. You are going to accept us on our terms as we see fit. That's the whole point. That is the whole point of the movement to destroy the family. That's the whole progressive left point. And so once you erase the line, you don't get to redraw it. I don't know how many times you have to say this. You think that you can draw a line. No, it's just civil unions. No, it's just the redefinition of marriage. No, you don't get to draw the line. And this is the result. John in Portage Park.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good.
I'm pretty much familiar with the transgender community and everything, and this whole thing is totally wrong. They've bent over backwards for this guy, and he should be grateful they've done that much. Unless he's had all the surgery and everything else, he has no business, especially a high school kid, in a locker room with the girls.
And thanks for the call, John. And this is happening at the grade school level, too, if you want to be further shocked.
Elementary school in California, but they complied, and they
Sure they
let
did.
that girl, the shim, shower with the girls.
Sure they did, because nobody wants to be called a discriminator or a bigot or whatever. So anything goes. The Pandora's box is open. Now we're going to try to figure out how to get it back in. Not going to happen. Tony on I-57.
Absolutely time to draw the line. I think that there's enough people in the state of Illinois that would contribute up to $6 million to support this, because it's time to, take the ACLU and stick it up their nose, because this is absolutely 100% un-American. It's wrong.
Thanks for the call, Tony. Jen in Aurora. Jen.
Joan?
Oh, Joan in Aurora. I'm sorry.
Okay. When the ERA was in full bloom, my husband, who was an architectural engineer, predicted we would see unisex bathrooms because that is such a big expense on buildings. He said having to install, double bathrooms and double showers and all that. So it is coming to pass a little bit late. But also my sons and grandkids said if these transgenders come into the men's shower, they face harassment and possible physical assault. And that's why they don't want to be in the men's bathroom. And with that, I'll let you go. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Joan. Frank in Oak Lawn.
I have a question.
what's next here? What's going to happen when one of these folks begins to show an erection in the shower? We know that Bruce Jenner already says he remains attracted to women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of transgender, a lot of people who make the change are still attracted to women.
And by the way, this is all from a place of saying we should have empathy for people who are struggling with gender identity in a real way, more so than just kind of the normal way young kids do. This is not to attack anyone, but to completely lose our minds is not the response to a handful of people who have a mental struggle, and that's what it is.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today for Game 4 of the Division Series. The Cubs could clinch it, close the series with a win today. So let's hope that happens. And when the game starts, you're going to have plenty of sunshine. It will be windy, a few high clouds, around 60 degrees. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny, more of the same, a high of 62. Let's get the travel times. Traffic jam leading into Wrigley Field, Jim Telemonte?
No, thankfully not right now. You can expect heavy traffic there this afternoon, though I'll be at my son's hockey practice instead of the game, maybe. Northwest Indiana, heavy delays on northbound I-65 from 49th Avenue to 8094. There's an overturned semi blocking two right lanes, and eastbound 94 is a mess in Porter County. State Road 49 to before the LaPorte County line. There was an earlier truck fire. The right lane still closed. Edens is 51 minutes like Cook to Montrose. The Kennedy, an hour and 5 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. The Ike, an hour and 20 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 39 minutes. Stevenson, 56 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 45 minutes, 95th to downtown. And the Tri-State southbound is really jammed, 120 to Duffy, with midday road work now underway in the right lane. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, foreign policy, transgender bathrooms. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved in the new website, along with the Illinois Policy Institute, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that will inform the discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You can view highlights from Sunday's episode of Illinois Rising today on the website. And with each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new info to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more civilized, and a bit more just.
Slow down, step back in time, and spend the night at the Schuster Mansion in Milwaukee, where history and tradition come together. The Schuster Mansion is not just a bed and breakfast. It's a private retreat created for you to rest, relax, and enjoy. Each guest room has been lovingly curated with period furniture, romantic decor, and antiques. There's a modern private bath for every room. Whether you're celebrating a special event or just want to escape from the everyday bustle, the Schuster Mansion has just the room or suite to fit your mood. Each overnight stay includes a homemade breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies any time of day. Be sure to reserve a seat at the table for high tea, featuring a buffet of flavored teas and a variety of savory scones and sweets. Call Laura Sue to make a reservation at 414-342-3210. 414-342-3210. It may be Wisconsin, but why stay in a cabin when you can stay in a castle? SchusterMansion.com.
With the change of season and the cooler weather comes many things added to your to-do list. Watch football, rake leaves, consume more cider donuts than needed, clean the gutters, make sure the furnace is ready for the Chicago cold. But there is one key item missing from your to-do list: scheduling your garage door and opener checkup. That's right, every other part of your home gets the care and attention that is required for proper performance, but your garage door is taken for granted. Before it's too late and you find yourself with a garage door that forgets how how to open and close, schedule your garage door and opener checkup with House of Doors, 708-485-5000. That's 708-485-5000. Or online at houseofdoorsinc.com. Think about how much you rely on your garage door. Now is the time. Take care of it with House of Doors Garage Door Checkup, 708-485-5000. Online at houseofdoorsinc.com, where quality starts right at the door with an A rating from Angie's List.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy were talking about this transgender flap in Palatine District 211. Get a couple more calls. And Phil in Menominee Falls, Wisconsin.
Yeah, you should get a waste management bathroom and waste management shower for any other temporary situation where someone's staying for 1 year or more in a building situation, and then countersue for all the distractions to our international politics.
All right, thanks for the call, Phil. Let's go to Rob in Brookfield. Hey, Rob.
Hello.
Yep, you're
Hello.
on. You're on.
Hey, Dan, you made the comment about Bruce Jenner still thinking like a man. Well, God made man and woman. He's artificially altered. He will never think like a woman. His mind was created, and he was born a man. He will always be a man and have the thoughts of a man.
Yeah, I know.
Well, he shops
agree.
like a woman.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Rob.
I mean, that's the only gender difference I see.
Jeff
Like
and Gurnee.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Thanks for taking my call. If my daughter comes, I have a 12-year-old daughter. She came home from school and said, Dad, you're not going to believe that I had to shower with a boy today. I'd sue the school for the $6 million that they're going to end up getting.
Well, that's why they're
There you
doing
go.
it.
Thanks
They're
for the call.
citing privacy concerns for the majority of the students.
And we'll be following this story.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Hi, I'm Tom Sadeka, CEO of Precision Payroll of America. We're the 32-year-old company whose first employee and first client are still working together. Every chance I get, we like to thank our active duty military and our veterans. In addition, we proudly serve and support Operation Support Our Troops America.
Thanks, Tom. I'm Deb Rickert, founder of OSAD America, mom of 2 service members, and 1 happy Precision Payroll client. We are so happy to work with Tom's team at Precision Payroll to take care of those regulatory headaches so that we can focus on serving our active duty and veteran communities. Your support is so important. Thank you.
Deb, thanks for all you do. And anybody who's listening who signs up with us, we will make a donation to OSAT America on their behalf. So please call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. We're on the web at precisionpayroll.com. Let's make a difference together.
At GoDaddy, a domain name is the beginning of something awesome. Use it to create a website to promote your business. Open an online store to sell your products. Start a blog. Build your brand. You can even connect your domain to your LinkedIn or Facebook page. And GoDaddy customer support is always ready to help. What will you do with your domain name? Get a .com domain name for only $2.99 for the first year. Right now at GoDaddy.com. 2-year purchase required. Second year is $14.99.
It's the Yellow Tag event, and now is the time to find your ultimate adventure. Whether it's a Can-Am ATV, side-by-side, Can-Am Spyder, or Ski-Doo snowmobile, you can turn up the excitement for any season with our industry-leading performance and technology. Hurry in by October 31st and save up to $3,000 on select 2015 models and get up to a 3-year warranty.
Visit Jim Potts Motor Group in Woodstock or online at jimpottsmotorgroup.com.
Restrictions may apply. See your dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain, pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us, we will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Thank you so much for joining us, David Stripling, our technical director, and Cesar Perez, the executive producer. And
Peyton and Eli called. They want to know, are you going to the Cubs game or their game?
I have an hour to decide. Find out. We'll be back here tomorrow, 5 a.m. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, a former CPS CEO, expected to plead guilty today. A possible plea deal in the Hastert case. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Bernie Sanders leads in New Hampshire, but Hillary Clinton remains far and away the frontrunner nationally in a Fox poll just out before tonight's first Democratic debate. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Clinton is leading the pack among likely Democrat voters with 45% support, followed by Bernie Sanders, who's polling 25%. Joe Biden, who's not yet announced a run, is in third place with 19% support.
The
three other announced candidates, Jim Webb,
heads.
Martin O'Malley, and Lincoln Chafee, each have 1% or less, while Biden trails Clinton. The Fox poll results show he looks more electable against top Republicans. Dave.
Rachel, the AP reports there's more evidence Clinton's private email server was not.
Okay. The debate, right?
Yep.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. They're rolling the dice in Vegas.
Worst show on the Strip, the Democrat debate. We'll watch it and review it so you don't have to.
We're back. I'm sorry. We're back at 5 a.m. 560. The Answer. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. They're rolling the dice in Vegas.
Worst show on the Strip, the Democrat debate. We'll watch it and.
Well, Sarah Karp, I guess, is the VGA girl that she's the one who exposed everything.
the story,
She's been on the show before. I have her contact. You guys want me to reach out to her?
What else do we have?